So that did have to work for his system. Because I hate it. That's why.
I know I've met you at different things. I met you too. Oh, okay.
Maybe that's one thing about taking brands. That has an effect. Those bills probably tell you that you need to pay. See, I go over in the river. Sammy there? Or?
No, he's working. We need to do that today.
Well, because he gets mustard. 13 Are you? Robert's insurance doesn't have the network that Well, okay, here is I guess you look at Mario. Mario Bros. He close to the owner of the place. He said, Rita. So Mario was killing a little pipiri. He was calling the lady. I don't know what it was. Everyone's It was very, very nice. Very surprised. Yeah, yeah. You remember? Yeah, all three of them. It's funny. It's a keep on. Once when they get it, and 20 million kids fall. It's hard for the ball. It's funny. And little kids running all over up. Sunny plays. The coach is that's good. She plays 6, 7, and 8. Oh, yeah, I was just saying. She's really good. She's over here. She's good. She's really good. It's winning to see who's all right. Yeah. So it is so fun. Yeah. She does like this. It's funny. Try to teach her to keep her arms up. Yeah. You see him, Mom? Look at. I think I showed you this. Or you're no, you're there at the game. Yeah, she got it hit. And she got all the way around and scored. This game, she finished that on 8 times. And then the last one, she got tagged out. But you know, it's cool to see these girls things. The fundamentals, like she's learning, this is her first year. Yeah. You know, understanding. You know, like, she did a play. I was like, wow. She ran and got the ball and she tapped her out like that. Oh yeah, that was that practice. She hit the ball, so then she hit it on the second base. And then the center fielder came running and Sonny was running the curves. And she stopped. Why don't you stop? I should got the ball. No, let it go. She got to go. Keep going. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I played it though. football. And they're 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah.
They don't know
Not yet, no.
and they hit them. Whoever hits
Thank you for your patience. I'd like to call the meeting of the Tucson Unified School District to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Ravi?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here. Next, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement statement. And we have a student from Dodge Traditional Magnet Middle School, Julian Myers Richter. He's in the 8th grade. Julian, I'm going to read a little bit about you before you read our land acknowledgement. Julian is an excellent student athlete who maintained a 4.0 GPA this past quarter. Julian lives to play soccer and plays on the RSL club team. He aspires to play soccer professionally after high school. Julian has been accepted to University High School in the 2024-25 school year, and he looks forward to being a UHS Penguin. So, who's your favorite soccer player?
Probably Paolo Maldini.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Julian, whenever you're ready.
All right. On behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Julian Myers Richter, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pasquayaqui tribe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a great rest of your 8th grade. Next, our Pledge of Allegiance will be given by Saviane Save Flores Vidal. She's also in the 8th grade at Dodge Traditional Middle School. Savi is an amazing leader and a captain of the girls' soccer team at Dodge. She's maintained a 4.0 GPA during the season and challenges herself with advanced high school credit classes. She loves playing the violin in Dodge's incredible advanced orchestra program and practices often in her free time. Savi plans on attending Rincon High School, where she will continue to participate in soccer and orchestra. After high school, Savi wants to attend college and take courses involving music. Well, that's just great, Savi. What college are you looking at?
For now, the U of A.
That's awesome. And if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Savi and Julian. I hope you have a great rest of your school year.
Madam President,
Yes.
if I may say just briefly, I want to congratulate Dodge on their win for soccer city champions for both boys and girls, and the girls' coaches in the back, and if we could just give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Next, we'll move on to agenda adjustments. Dr. Trujillo.
President Extra, members of the governing board. We've got an exciting agenda item tonight. We have our family and friends here to celebrate the potential renaming of the Roberts Naylor Library. I'd like to move that up immediately following the superintendent's report. And then also, we've got some friends and family here for an appointment for the Miles K-8 principal. We'd also like to move that one up, also following the superintendent's report. So my request would be item 6.2, followed by item 6.1, immediately following the superintendent's report.
Great. Next, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Yes, members of the governing board, public, those of you here in attendance this evening, those of you watching online, welcome to our first governing board meeting in the month of April. coincidentally happening on Tax Day, April 15th. So we'll go ahead and get started. As always, love reporting on all the wonderful staff members and students and programs that I get to visit in my travels around the district. I really want to thank Principal Kyle Brady for welcoming me over to Oyama. Had an opportunity to visit classrooms, talk about the upcoming bond projects. Got some really, really good feedback from Mr. Brady on his first year in his leadership role as principal there at Oyama. Met an outstanding 27-year veteran of kindergarten teaching there at Oyama and saw their wonderful playground there with some new playground equipment. So certainly want to thank the Oyama community for a wonderful visit there last month. And then I visited Valencia Middle School, sort of my farewell visit there for outgoing principal Stacy Guest, and thanked her for all of the wonderful work that she has done on that campus in her years of service of Valencia. Met our wonderful monitors, had some good conversations about truancy from our frontline monitors in terms of how they're addressing it with our students. Was welcomed to the school by the band. Played some wonderful songs for me when I arrived there. And then, of course, had an opportunity to talk to newly appointed Principal Omar Sotelo about how the transition is going and, of course, how we could be of assistance. And congratulations to all of our graduates from the Teacher Development Academy. I was able to attend their graduation on April 2nd out there at Santa Rita High School. The Teacher Development Academy is a creation of our Curriculum and Instruction Department designed to address the ongoing teacher shortage, not only in Pima County, but around the state. And the Teacher Development Academy is an opportunity for our employees that want to become fully certified teachers, haven't quite made it all the way. They may be serving in a variety of roles for us, like teacher's assistants or volunteers or substitutes. It's an opportunity to get their full teacher certification through our program by our people, our practitioners, our master teachers. And so this year we graduated 25 that are now going to go on and become TUSD teachers. And when you hear their stories, they come from all walks of the TUSD universe. Some started as monitors, some started as teacher's assistants, others were exceptional education parapros, others were just parents volunteering at their local schools. But now they're all teachers, and they will be serving in our schools as fully certified classroom teachers. So we congratulate them. I want to thank governing board members, Dr. Ravi Shah, board member Natalie Luna Rose, for joining me at the NSBA conference just last week in Atlanta, Georgia. Attended some wonderful sessions. We were professional. I see some of the pictures down there were a little goofy, but, it's all in good fun. But we had an opportunity to attend some wonderful sessions ranging from inclusive disciplinary practices to best practices in governance, had some wonderful sessions on facilities management and facilities challenges. And one of the things that I took away from the conference is the challenges that sometimes we think are unique to TUSD, whether it's declining enrollment or lack of state funding or challenges with capital funding to keep up with building and maintenance in some of our older campuses. It kind of felt nice to not be alone. Like there's so many districts around the nation struggling with the very same issues. The expansion of vouchers and the expansion of these empowerment scholarship accounts, to see other states are also grappling with that as well. The expansion of charter and private schools, able to get a lot of good ideas from board members and superintendents across the country. So definitely found it to be very, very worthwhile. And then last week had a wonderful opportunity, probably one of the highlights of the year, to celebrate the performance arts in TUSD. Attended the superintendent's concert out at Catalina, and I was so impressed with the level of talent, not just with our students, but to see the collection of talent in the performance arts educator community here in TUSD was absolutely magical. The evening was capped off by special guest appearance by our 2022 Fine Arts Seal recipient, Rory Bricka. He is a proud alumni of RUHS band. Rory's orchestral work, Landfall, was performed by the Tucson Symphony Orchestra when he was just 14 years old. Imagine a 14-year-old writing an entire symphony. And the magical part of the evening was that very same orchestra that he wrote at 14. He stood in front of our TUSD performance arts educators and they played it on stage with him conducting, now as a sophomore at Yale. So very, very inspiring. And I want to thank all of our hardworking performance arts educators for making the evening so magical, and Dr. Joan Ashcraft and her team for putting it all together. And also, yeah, give them a round of applause. I also want to take a moment to extend sincere appreciation to the Legacy of Excellence Committee for their commitment to celebrating and uplifting our students. The 2025 Legacy of Excellence Scholars were honored during a special Scholar Reveal event. Each student was recognized and received meaningful gifts, including laptops, care packages that will support them on their academic journey. The Scholar Reveal event is the first step and the first action necessary to get ready for the big event, which is the Legacy of Excellence banquet celebration that will be happening in early May, where our newly revealed scholars will be celebrated. So we're certainly looking forward to that wonderful event. Mark your calendars, 15th Annual Legacy of Excellence College Scholarship Banquet this year, May 3rd at the Westin La Paloma Resort and Spa. This event will celebrate these scholars, bring our community together to celebrate their achievements, their hard work, and the brilliance of their futures. So free plug here to purchase tickets. Please go to eeftucson.org/legacy. Your tickets, of course, support this wonderful event and our scholars. April is Military Child Month. April, of course, is designated as the month of the military child, established in 1986 by then Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger to honor the unique challenges and sacrifices of military-connected children. These young individuals often navigate frequent relocations, adapt to new schools, and endure periods of separation from deployed parents. On April 26, Borman K-8 will host a special ceremony to celebrate these remarkable students. I look forward to attending this event to show my support and appreciation for their contributions. So in recognition of their service, I do encourage everyone to wear purple throughout the month of April. Purple, of course, symbolizes all branches of the United States military, combining Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. Blues, Army green, and Marine Corps red. The color represents unity and support for military children everywhere. Of course, we always think of our military families at Borton, and we think of Borton as sort of the headquarters for military students. Students that, of course, frequently get relocated to different schools across the country, face unique challenges. But we also have over 1,500 other students across the district that are also children of military serving parents and guardians. So we think of them as well. So on tonight's agenda, at the request of a couple of our board members, I thought I'd save us some agenda space and have it a part of tonight's superintendent report. I'd like to bring on Joseph Hallams to talk about progress being made on the implementation of our new badge-based emergency notification system approved by the board earlier this year, Centegix. Mr. Hallams?
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, board members, Board President Ekstrom, and the other board members, and Council Ross. Yeah, since the board approved the implementation of Centegix back in October, we have been very busy engaging with that company on an ongoing basis. So immediately after we got the vote in October, we started engaging with Centegix, started finalizing some of the procurement aspects, so on and so forth, working with our TS systems to make sure that everything would work as well as it possibly could. Starting in January, I started engaging with our administrators. I visited each of the regional superintendent meetings where I was able to engage with them and share that, with them some of the upcoming installation with Centegix and also some of the other projects that school safety has going on. In March and April, they started the installation project. That included it was 2 phases. First was the data drops that they had to do at each site. Second was all the sensors and strobe lights, the strobes that you see around our campuses. To kind of get an idea of the scale of that project, it was Tucson High alone took over 600 of these sensors. So it was a pretty significant project. They brought in a lot of teams to kind of go through it. And now we're in the testing phase. So for the last couple of weeks, my team has been going out to the various sites. We started on the west side. We've been doing it earlier mornings and later in the afternoons, and trying to work with the schools and even incorporating some of their necessarily drills that they need to do, and starting that practice of utilizing Centegix with those drills going forward. Once we finalize this at the beginning of May, actually on May 1st, a representative from Centegix will be coming into town. We'll be addressing the administrators on both sessions, both their morning and afternoon, and engaging with them for about an hour, trying to provide them with as much information to ensure that our site leaders have the best and most information so they can make sure that their sites are as ready as possible. In that first 2 weeks of May, we're also going to be going out to the various sites and doing site-based training. This site-based training is scheduled for 75 minutes. This will be obviously the administrator again, but also anybody they identified as somebody that they can bring in who's going to be that responder, somebody that can manage the system, that the individuals that will be responding to the requests on an ongoing basis. Now, due to the timeline, we didn't think it would be relevant to go ahead and turn that on right before the end of school year, because we're looking at not until the very end of May. So we will be continuing to test throughout the summer. The testing process is what we're in is phase 1. Obviously, with the scale and size of Tucson Unified School District, we found some holes, but that's the intent of the testing process. So we'll continue to go through that process to ensure that we're covering all aspects of our schools, and not only the actual campuses, but the bus bays where the crossing guards will be located. We want to ensure every TUSD employee has that badge and has the ability to request assistance or call for that lockdown when the situation deems it. So we think the process is going well. Our constant and current engagement with Centegix is positive, and we will look forward, and we think this will be a great system for the employees and everybody within Tucson Unified School District. Dr. Trujillo, is there anything else you'd like me to add?
We're all excited for the training coming up with our principals so we can get the product rolled out.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, President Ekstrom, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Ms. Luna Rose?
So this came to me a little bit ago about a student. Jean, can you put up the slide that was for the young man? Thank you. So this young man, Rob Lee Fountain, passed away recently. He was a sophomore at Rincon High School, and just wanted to acknowledge him and his family and the Rincon community that's been going through this loss, as well as thank you to the work of the counselors. And I'm just going to read a little bit about Robbie. It is with heavy hearts that we remember Rob Lee Fountain, lovingly known as Robbie, a remarkable student whose light touched everyone around him. At just 16 years old, Robbie's curiosity, compassion, and balance and imagination left a lasting impression on his school community. Whether he was building intricate logo sets, dreaming of becoming a military pilot, or sharing his love for cooking and music, Robbie brought passion and creativity to everything he did. He was a gifted young man with a deep empathy for others, a sharp sense of humor, and a unique style that celebrated individuality, from his Garfield shirts to his black nail polish. Robbie's presence reminded us all of the importance of kindness, wonder, and staying true to oneself. He will be deeply missed. And if we could just get a few moments of silence for Robbie. Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. And Jean, I think we have one more slide.
Dr. 'Drew.
So, congratulations to Dr. Trujillo. The Metro Education Commission has identified him as Superintendent of the Year. During this year's An Evening to Empower ED celebration hosted by the Metro Education Commission, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo will be recognized for his outstanding contributions to education in our region. This event honors exceptional educators, students, schools, and community partners across Tucson and Pima County. It carries forward the 34-year legacy of the Crystal Apple Awards, the official education awards of the city and county, and will mark the first in-person ceremony since 2019. The recognition highlights Dr. Trujillo's leadership and dedication to empowering learners and improving educational outcomes throughout our community. Please join me in congratulating him on this well-deserved honor. And that concludes the superintendent's report. Next, we'll move on to item 6.2. And that is the request to name the Roberts Naylor K-8 school in honor of a retired TUSD school district employee, Dr. Trujillo.
Ekstrom, these are always special moments. You know, each one of our schools is a community. You know, every school is a unique community. And what makes a community special are the people, the relationships, and most importantly, the legacy that our educators leave behind, the wonderful people that leave their impact on these communities. So when these requests come up, we always get excited because we know that the boardroom gets packed with family and friends that are uniquely connected to that legacy. And so we have that request tonight in the Roberts Naylor community. So I'd like to bring up Principal Bernadette Rossenhauser, as well as our Regional Assistant Superintendent in support of Roberts Naylor, to talk about the request and the honoree.
Okay, well, good evening, and thank you to the Governing Board, President Ekstrom, Dr. Trujillo, on this exciting opportunity. I just wanted to personally take this time to congratulate Ms. Lugo. What a well-deserved honor and recognition. And also to thank her family members, friends, and Roberts Naylor's fans that are here to present this very special honor to her. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Principal, Ms. Amanda Marchioni.
Thank you. I'm just pulling the extended family card and taking over. My name's Amanda Marchioni. I'm currently the assistant principal at Roberts Naylor K-8. In 2004, I separated from the United States Air Force with a bold dream of becoming an elementary school teacher. Already working on my degree in education, one of my classmates suggested I apply to Roberts Naylor to be a teacher assistant, get more work with children. She knew I was green. This classmate of mine was Mrs. Lugo's daughter, Mariana, who was also working at Roberts Naylor. Mrs. Lugo, or Mama, as I call her now after 20 years of mothering me, was an integral part of preparing me to become a teacher assistant, a teacher in my very own classroom, and ultimately part of the administration at Roberts Naylor. Mrs. Lugo insisted on training me personally to become a TA for her kids. She made it clear she would not suffer any nonsense from me, and I would not suffer any nonsense from her kids. Mrs. Lugo gently but firmly showed me the ropes and taught me how to embrace not only my students, but our community at large. As you may know, Roberts Naylor is located in the so-called 29th Street corridor. It's an incredibly unique and diverse neighborhood. And yet with these 20 different languages spoken in our community amongst refugees, asylum seekers, and immigrants from all over the world, everyone knows Mrs. Lugo. They talk about seeing her at Fry's, what kind of candy she hands out at Halloween, and whether she's trying to walk to school on her own. When she turned 90, we did a big parade at school for her. The kids were overwhelmed with happiness to be able to do that for her. And we got complaints from community members because we didn't advertise it enough for them to bring their whole families. They wanted to bring their generations of families that have been at Roberts Naylor under Ms. Lugo's tutelage. I've been incredibly fortunate to spend almost my entire career at Roberts Naylor, a career that would not have gone this smoothly for me, my students, without the guidance of Mrs. Lugo. She's the ultimate teacher of teachers, preparing us for all the stuff college degrees could never touch. She's mentored, loved, mothered, grandmothered, and when needed, firmly put countless teachers, administrators, students, and parents in their place because no one was going to mess with her kids. Please consider naming our library after Mrs. Lugo so that even after the 50+ years she has already committed to our school, she will continue to positively impact the students and staff at Roberts Naylor. Thank you for your time.
I will motion to approve the naming of Roberts Naylor K-8 School Library in honor of Evangelina Lugo, retired Tucson Unified School District employee.
I'll second.
There's a motion by myself and a second by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Congratulations, Mrs. Lugo. So this was a surprise. She had no idea this was coming. So would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. This is a surprise. I had no idea. I know Luba has been asking for something like this, and I said, no. But I started volunteering in 1971. I was pregnant with my daughter, who is now a teacher. Well, she's been a teacher for 19 years, too. All part of my family. My niece, Dr. Teres Toro, and my sister-in-law, her mother, they're all teachers for many years. And I just like to take care of children and help them. I know that they need a lot of help, and that's what I want to do for them. And that's why I do it. And I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we want to try and get a picture?
The family up.
Yeah.
And of course, our Roberts Naylor leadership. And of course, our board members. And we'll.
I want you here. Eddie.
She's actually here. I don't know who she is.
Who is she? I'm so excited. So sorry.
Okay, next we'll move on to item 6.1, administrative appointments, Principal, Miles Exploratory Learning Center, K-8 School. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Extra, members of the governing board, we're very, very excited. Tonight's recommendation, it is bittersweet. Because tonight we have a situation where we have an amazing leader serving in one school community is going to be recommended to serve in another great school community. It is a little bittersweet because tonight's recommendation has done some outstanding work at one of the district's largest and most not only academically and ethnically diverse schools, but also one of its most programmatically diverse schools. I'm talking about Lineweaver. And under Emily Wall's leadership, Lineweaver has become a premier destination in the Tucson Unified School District with award-winning programs in OMA as well as GATE and some very, very beautiful special education XED/XED programs on the campus. Its programmatic diversity is very, very unique and a point of celebration in the Lineweaver community. At almost 500 students, it's one of our largest K-5 communities and is just a couple points away from being an A. So I don't say this lightly when I say that Emily Walls is one of our most outstanding and one of our highest performing principals in the district. And with that being said, she needs no introduction in terms of her accomplishments, her leadership, her achievements, when I say that I proudly recommend her for the position of principal at the Miles Early Learning Community. I think that her experience at Lineweaver, where Lineweaver in its own right has a fairly large population of XED students that she has always advocated for passionately throughout our time working together. And I know that XED is in her heart, and she's going to have that opportunity now at Lineweaver as XED is a big focus for the school. So tonight I'd like to recommend Emily Walls to serve as the next principal of the Miles Early Learning Center K-8 community.
So moved.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Ms. Shaw, second by Ms. Luna Rose. Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. I've had the privilege of being a Lineweaver Lion family for 7 years now, almost concluding 8 years. And so I got to see Miss Walls in action for all of that time, and saw the leadership, the community she's built, working with the students, working with teachers and staff. And while I selfishly would like to vote no on this tonight, to lose her for the next couple of years, my twins are still only in first grade, I'm happily will be voting yes, because I know that she'll be doing great work at the Miles community.
And I would just like to add, you just had to leave. Like, Zoe had one more year, Mrs. Walls, but, you know, as a principal who would take walk-ins whenever someone needed to talk to her, or just being available to the school community, I know that Miles will be happy with this choice. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Walls. So would you like to come up and say a few words?
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, Governing Board President Ekstrom, and esteemed board members. This is, like you said, a little bit bittersweet, Dr. Trujillo, because I am leaving a community that I love. We call it in our front office the Lineweaver love, and they know exactly what that means. You as parents, you know as well. And I am going on after 19 years into USD from the far east side as a teacher to the far west side as a teacher. And I'm here in the middle, and I'm looking forward so much to being a part of the Miles community, getting to know everybody through and through, and advocating and continuing the excellent work ahead. The work that they've already done and that is up for the future. So I wouldn't be the leader that I am without amazing people in our schools and in our district, and I am so grateful for the opportunity ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think everybody's going to congratulate you, and then we'll come back for a photo. So congratulations again. Next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Shaw for call to the audience.
All right, thank you, President Ekstrom. We have a busy call to the audience tonight. We have 15 in person, along with 13 to be read. Only one of the 13 items to be read pertains specifically to an action item on our agenda tonight. So when we get to the 40-minute point, we can decide what to do at that point. We'll start with the ones to be read. Let me read our notification here first. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board members wishes to respond to criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. All right, so we'll start with Taylor Pacheco, followed by John Islas, followed by Christy Pavatea. First, we have Taylor Pacheco.
And before you start, we have interpretation services, so if anybody requires that, please see Mila in the front. Thank you. Go ahead.
Governing board members, my name is Taylor Pacheco and I'm here to discuss the CRPI budget. I am March's CRPI Teacher of the Month and currently teach CR Algebra 1 and Geometry. In these courses, we make math real to students. In Algebra 1, we modeled a pilgrimage to Magdalena using piecewise linear functions based on primary sources and community interviews. We predicted when PFAS levels in Tucson's water will reach safe levels using exponential decay. We used statistics to determine the better team in a tied soccer game. And we analyzed TUSD's school quality surveys to determine if 2 variables are associated. This year, my students will be presenting their research projects at the University of Arizona on topics such as the role and importance of father figures, street racing and car accidents, and the role of sports in learning a new language. In geometry, we have designed casitas floor plans that meet the City of Tucson specifications, looked at African fractal patterns, and designed our own using dilations. Described symmetries of our work from cultures around the world. All of these math explorations would not have been possible without the guidance and support of my CR Master Teacher, or MT. My MT supports me through brainstorming ways to have the curriculum act as both windows and mirrors, guiding students in exploring their culture and understanding the culture of those around them through mathematics. My MT is in my classroom to model and co-teach new lesson ideas. My MT gives me positive feedback and specific suggestions after regular visits to observe my practices. My MT's constant support and encouragement has kept me at TUSD and in education. In tonight's presentation, you will see data that shows CR classes work for students in TUSD. You will see data on academic growth. However, I want to remind you that while more difficult to quantify, the way that students shape their academic identities and see themselves in the CR content is equally as important. This is what my students had to say about being in a CR math class. I like to learn new things. I liked how unique the math is and how it can be adjusted to anyone's learning. It can help some people understand it more. You can learn more things that you didn't know. I'm low-key getting smarter about learning different ways of how to solve math. Governing board members, my ask to you this evening is that you preserve the current FTE for CRMTs to ensure our CR community receives consistent support in their classrooms, and that you commit to expanding CR programming to include more subjects, grade levels, and schools in future years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Islas, followed by Christy Pavatea. John Islas, are you here? All right, we have Christy Pavatea, followed by Grace Beltran.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here. To the esteemed members of the TUSD School Board, I am writing to urge that we continue to maintain full funding for our district's culturally responsive pedagogy and instruction department, with specific attention to the continuation of our mentor teacher program. This program has been an invaluable support system for educators offering in-classroom coaching and mentoring for 1 to 2 years that aligns with our TUSD Sparks framework. mentoring teachers to create student-centered opportunities, positive learning communities, maintain academic and ethnic identity, provide rigor, knowledge and co-creation, and social justice and civic engagement. The CRPI department allows teachers to work toward individualized goals that promote student engagement, rigorous instruction, and equitable practices, all while fostering a consistent instructional language through the use of Sparks framework, especially critical for onboarding new educators. Furthermore, our ability to run our own professional development has created a meaningful, responsive learning space that empowers our educators and reflect the unique needs of our student populations. At Pueblo Gardens Pre-K through 8, excuse me, we've seen firsthand how this support transforms teaching practice and student engagement. Mentor teachers help educators set meaningful goals that are grounded in cultural responsive equity-given instruction, allowing our students and their identities to shine through. The impact of this support is echoed throughout our schools. Quote from Dr. Conrad, our principal at Pueblo Gardens Pre-K 8. Recognizing the cultural and talents of our students is extremely important at our school, and I am extremely thankful to the CRPI department for their collaboration with my teachers. Over the last 3 years, our collaborations have grown. We now have students K-8 participating in a variety of events and activities that help them see themselves in the center of their education and the center of their community. The training and support of our friends in the CRPI department have helped us highlight student voices and made our school more inclusive of all students and families. Their support has laid the groundwork for our partnership with Welcoming Schools, through which we have earned their seal of excellence as a site that ensures all students are in a safe, affirming, and supportive classroom. I know that budget restrictions are a reality we are facing, but the CRPI department remains one of the most helpful and impactful components of our district, and my hope is that we can continue to fund and support this department to the best extent possible. Quote from a parent, I've watched my child thrive under a teacher who was part of the CRPI mentor and coaching style. There's more cultural awareness in the classroom, and my daughter feels truly seen as her identity is embraced. I personally see the difference in her reading skills. She has improved, yes, but she is now more interested in reading. She enjoys the choices of books that her teacher chooses for her, and loves the discussions that take place. This way of teaching and community she is part of has made her proud of who she is, the language she speaks, and the uniqueness she can offer the world. Now, I have something here that is a product.
That's your time tonight, though.
Okay.
Yep, you can leave items here with the board. Thank you. Next, we have Grace Beltran, followed by Samantha Barbie. Grace Beltran. Are you Grace? Great. And followed by Samantha Barbie, followed by Ismatu Allison Conte LeBlanc.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about the CR department. I'm here to ask that the budget for the CR department stays and it's sustained. I am a product of TUSD, Mission View, Wakefield, and Pueblo High, and throughout my education, I received culturally relevant teaching, and because of that, it made me who I am today. It allowed me to serve my country for 10 and a half years in the Air Force. It allowed me to do the community work that I do in City South Tucson, where I grew up and still reside. It allowed me to become the educator that I have been effectively here in TUSD for 25 years. And I want to highlight some things that the CR department has done for me as an educator. It has allowed me to, or it has supported me in my journey as a PhD student at the University of Arizona. By bringing in people like my mentor, Corina, who comes in and helps me, who comes in and she fosters just the culture that I want to teach and I want to involve my students in, with the funds of knowledge that bring the lived experiences that my students need. I teach at Utterback Middle School, and it's important for our students to connect their life and their real life connections in the community with literacy, and that is something that CR department has done for me. It has supported me with materials and resources to help my students to raise their literacy rates. And something that I really appreciate about the CR department is that it's something that it's a program that a department that continuously gives and serves in so many aspects, with professional developments, the monthly developments that we all are able to attend at Wakefield Middle School, And also the support that we receive at the literacy nights, the CRIA that we're about to take our students to, and also at the Secret conference. But the most important thing for me is that it fosters the cultural knowledge that has helped my students to receive meaningful and high leverage learning. And that is why I come before you and I ask that we sustain the budget that we need so that we can continue to have the cultural knowledge and the cultural resources and support that we need for our students so that they too can become a product of TUSD and serve their communities and go into higher ed and come back to serve the communities and teach in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Samantha Barbie.
Hi, I am Call. I'm up here to talk about my separation from the district and ask if I could have that reconsidered. I got 4 allegations put against me where 2 of those were true, 2 of them were not, and I can go more into detail if I need to on that. The 2 that were true were that I had alcohol in my purse. It was from the weekend before, and that was a complete mistake on my part. I can't argue that at all. I do have a problem with alcoholism. I have enrolled in rehab, so I'm not teaching right now, understandably. I am working to do better for myself. I absolutely love teaching, loved my job, loved everything about it, will do anything to get my job back, and when I got the job of being a permanent sub, I was beyond thrilled. I never actually planned on being a teacher, but started subbing, and honestly, it was my calling. I am continuing to work the rehab that I'm in right now. It has been a big rude awakening for me because I honestly didn't realize how much of a problem that I had. And I just ask you guys to consider bringing me back on for the fall semester if I am finished with my program by then. And I am willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen. And I have a letter from the mom of the kids and my rehab facility.
Thank you, Samantha. Next, we have Ismatu Allison Conte Blablanc, followed by Nate Burks.
Good evening, Governing Board. Today I'm talking to you about equitable distribution of enrichment programming for all students. Hello, my name is Ismatu Allison Conte LeBlanc. I am a proud parent of 4 children, 2 of which attend Hollinger K-8 GATE two-way dual language program. Last year I came to you, the Governing Board and TUSD community, to advocate for a free bilingual preschool option for the children in our district. Right now, I want to speak with you regarding the forced choice that parents are presented with when choosing a school for their children to attend. For instance, currently my daughter Amira, who is in the 5th grade, has decided to go to Wakefield Middle School after touring Ross Scrooge, Wakefield, and Utterback middle schools. Even though she worked tirelessly to learn Spanish in an immersive environment, she has decided to attend Wakefield due to their accelerated program and enrichment opportunities. Many of her peers have also decided to go to non-two-way dual language programs for middle school. I believe not having a self-contained two-way dual language GATE middle school program plays a role in our students' decisions for where to attend middle school from Hollinger's 5th grade program. This example is a case study for the difficult decisions that parents have to make in picking what school is best for their children. Currently, there are only 2 schools that provide a dual language option for middle school, Hollinger and Ross Scrooge. Although Hollinger K-8 and Ross Scrooge have a two-way dual language program, Ross Scrooge having a GATE pullout option with honors courses in MS4HS. However, our experience as former Ross Scrooge Pumas, it may not be as rigorous as a self-contained two-way GATE middle school program has the opportunity to be. and it does not have the resources and opportunities that a Wakefield or a Dodge Middle School has access to. With this lack of equity, this misappropriation of educational opportunities for all students, the district forces parents to make the best choice, not the ideal choice, for the goals they have for their children. As a result, I am asking for equitable distribution of enrichment programming, periods like OMA, music, art, dual language throughout the district so that parents for any neighborhood in TUSD have access to great schools with robust programming in every neighborhood. I'm also asking for a self-contained dual language GATE middle school program so that our rising sixth graders from Hollinger fifth grade are going to an ideal feeder school that will continue to build the GATE dual language education that they received from K to 5, ensuring that all children, if the parents choose, have free access to GATE two-way dual language education from K through 12th grade. Lastly, I'm asking for increased funding in the English language development and two-way dual language departments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Nate Burks, followed by Patrick Kelly. Nate, are you here? All right, we'll do a Patrick Kelly, followed by Eileen McLeod.
Hello, board and superintendent. My name is Patrick Kelly. We are a multi-grade middle school CR social studies class at Miles ELC. I started attending MAS Summer Institutes in 2007, and I'm proud to be a certified CR teacher and two-time CR Teacher of the Month. This is a presentation of learning from a 9-week project based on the exploring Southern Arizona history in the mid-19th century, looking at relationships between the Mexican community, the O'odham, the Apache, and white settlers. The work is remarkable in its synthesis of research and its thoughtful approach to historical perspective. I want to give special thanks to some visits, classroom visits we had during this unit. Archaeology Southwest archaeologist John Welch came to our class. He's a former archaeologist and cultural historian of the San Carlos Apache tribe. He's currently an expert witness in the Supreme Court case of the Apache Stronghold versus Resolution Mining. Dr. Ronald Geronimo came to our class from Tohono O'odham Community College. He's a professor or the director of the TO Language Institute and runs the Pish Posh Project, documenting O'odham history through Spanish colonial documents. And Dr. Dale Brenneman works with him. She's an associate curator of documentary history at the Arizona State Museum. And we had Michael Brescia come. He's a curator of ethnohistory in the Arizona State Museum. I hand it over to my students.
Hello, my name is Georgia Stevie, and my partner for my project is Charlotte Wellbank. We are 8th graders at Miles ELC, and you are hearing from us because of your relationship to our project on Sam Hughes.
This project focuses on colonial erasure, historic bias, and historical perspectives.
Sam Hughes was the person who Sam Hughes Elementary School is named after. Sam Hughes was the person who funded the Camp Grant massacre and approved the plans. The Camp Grant massacre killed 144 Apache and 20 were sold into slavery. Sam Hughes also married a 12-year-old girl and Anastasia Santa Cruz. While he did help in the development of Tucson, what he did undeniably should be acknowledged as his bads outweigh his goods.
Gyoshi Whitman Elementary School is the new name we propose. We want to pay our respects to the indigenous people who live in the Tucson area and those who died at Camp Grant massacre. We also want to acknowledge the lieutenant who offered the Apache a safe haven in his camp for the massacre, Second Lieutenant Royal Emerson Whitman. Gyoshi is the Apache name for dog, and the husky is the current mascot for Sam Hughes Elementary School, so we thought it appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Eileen McLeod, followed by Grace Beltran. Oh, I'm sorry. issues go. Oh, Gates Patel's already won, yes. So Eileen McLeod, followed by Lillian Fox.
Okay, and I turn my time over to the students from Miles ELC.
Hello, my name is Maya McLeod, and I'm a 7th grader at Miles ELC.
Hello, my name is Ruin Chunker. I'm also a 7th grader at Miles ELC.
Our project is about changing the name of our school, Miles Exploratory Learning Center, so that it honors the mission of our school to teach deaf and hard of hearing students along with hearing students. We also believe that it is very important to respect the indigenous peoples who lived on this land before us.
Our school was originally named after General Nelson A. Miles. General Miles commanded many battles against the indigenous people of the Great Plains and western U.S. Most of these ended in either their relocation to reservations set aside by the U.S. government that were less than ideal, or death in the case that they refused to comply. He also led the invasion of Puerto Rico, using the island as a military base during the Spanish-American War.
Our goal is to rename our school after Black Coyote. Black Coyote was the third son of Sitting Bull, who was the chief of the Lakota tribe at the time. Black Coyote was a deaf-mute Lakota warrior. Members of our community at Miles have been calling for this change. We believe that this change is needed to make us a stronger community. We believe that this would be a good way to honor this special part of our school along with the indigenous people who lived on this land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lillian Fox, followed by Margaret Cheney.
My name is Lillian Fox, President of the board, board members, Dr. Trujillo, and Yolanda. The Trujillo has steadily usurped your responsibility. Under Arizona state statutes, the board is responsible for the spending of TUSD's money. He published a budget book that you never saw. You never got a presentation on it. It wasn't done until September, and then it had to be fixed in December. And now he has presented you with a list of people whose contracts he wants renewed, but he didn't make them public. So you got no public input. You weren't even allowed to discuss it with anybody. Those contracts are always published so that the board has the ability, or the public has the ability to give you input. You have some wonderful principals and you have some real stinkers. This is a stinker. She's been a principal for 8 years in this district. 11% of her kids are proficient in reading and English language arts. 41% of her kids say they're not safe in that school. This is after 8 years there. 49% of them say they're bullied or harassed regularly. 43% of the school staff say there's not sufficient disciplinary measures to deal with disruptive behavior. She's up for contract renewal, and you didn't know this information about her. They should be providing you with a lot of information about these principals' performance before you're asked to renew them. But by making the list of who's getting their contracts renewed secret, you got zero input. That's wrong. Thank you. Oh, what you should do is don't approve anybody tonight. Insist that you be given adequate information about every single one of these people, which school they're in, how long they've been there, what they're paid, and what their English language and math proficiency is in their school, and also what their school quality survey show. The numbers I quoted you came from the school quality survey from a principal who this is her 8th year. This is ridiculous. Thanks.
Thank you, Lillian. We have Margaret Cheney, followed by Dr. Jose Gonzalez.
Is there a doctor in the house? Okay. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Board members, Dr. Trujillo, parents, and colleagues, my name is Margaret Cheney. I have worked in the district for 20 of my 30-year career. I have taught general ed and ex ed history, government, social studies, and drama. I have a master's degree in education, and I love being a teacher. Tonight, I am here as a teacher and a parent of a TUSD graduate. I'm here to ask you to indulge me so that I can read a letter from a group of people who value the department I work for. The TUSD CRPI department
is a leading force and beacon of strength and support for not only TUSD students, teachers, and school communities, but indeed for the metropolitan region, including and surrounding Tucson, the state of Arizona, and our country as a whole. The TUSD CRPI department continues to lead curriculum development, practice, and innovation. Over the last few years, teachers from across the United States and now even internationally from South Korea this year have sought out TUSD culturally relevant coded classrooms as exemplar spaces to visit, ask questions of, and to take this information back to their respective homes. This is by no accident. This is the result of vibrant contributions and collaboration between CR coded teachers, the department, and the support from the TUSD Curriculum and Instruction Department and TUSD leadership. Because of this, district frameworks such as the Sparks framework, which originated and was developed by the CR department, exist. Again, Sparks stands for Student-Centered Positive Learning Communities, Academic and Ethnic Identity Development, Knowledge Co-Creation, and Social Justice, which serves as a guidepost of practice for all in TUSD. In fact, Sparks is now part of the evaluative model used in teacher and school administrator evaluations. In sum, the CR department has been and remains a source of strength and direction and positive transformation for all of TUSD and beyond. This department deserves and has earned the respect of many, and with this in mind, should not only continue to be funded, but should be funded and expanded. And I have several letters here from teachers and administrators and students from Hollinger, Dodge, and I know I'm leaving out of school and I can't remember which one it is. I'm really sorry. But I will leave these with you so that you can read them at your leisure. I think a district funds what it values. And I think that we're just asking that you value us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jose Gonzalez, followed by Sal Gabaldon, followed by Guadalupe Henninger.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, honorable board members, Tucson Unified School District Governing Board. My name is Jose Gonzalez, and I'm here to address the budget cuts for CRPI. I currently serve as the teacher mentor of the CRPI department. I am also a proud alumnus of Achoya High School, class of '82, father of Tucson High graduate, class of 2019, and grandparents of students attending Miles Exploratory Learning Center. I am a former teacher, curriculum specialist with a renowned Mexican-American Raza Studies department and a lifelong member of this Chicano community. Tonight, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to everyone in attendance, both here in person and those watching from home. Thank you for standing with us in our ongoing struggle to hold TUSD accountable to its promise. Its promise to provide a quality education for all its students, an education that honors the brilliance and contributions of Brown, Black, Indigenous communities in literature, science, mathematics, and history. To understand why we're here today, we must recall our history, although painful. In the mid and early 20th century, TUSD operated what was considered segregated educational tracks known as infamously the 1C program, where Mexican-American and Mexican-American children were placed not based on skill and academic ability, but because they spoke Spanish or bore a Mexican surname. These children were subjected to cultural erasure, banned from speaking Spanish, punished for expressing their identity, and denied rigorous academic in favor of forced assimilation into the American, Anglo-American norms. This painful legacy contributed to the generational trauma and educational inequalities, but our community resisted. From the 1968 student walkouts at Tucson High School led by Chicano U of A students, folks like the late Lorraine Lee, Honorable Raul Grijalva, and paz descanse, Saúl Bardenegro, and Raul Aguirre, to the 1978 Fisher Mendoza desegregation order, we fought back and built programs rooted in educational justice. Out of that struggle was born the Mexican-American Raza Studies program, an academic model that was proven to work. Independent audits showed MAS students not only outperformed their peers in reading, writing, and math, but also developed confidence, critical thinking, and a sense of belonging. These classrooms centered student voice, high expectations, and rigorous standard-aligned content, validated by the Cambrian learning findings and, of course, the Cabrera report. and yet the program was dismantled by Superintendent of Public Instruction Tucson, or Tom Horn, a man now holding that same position. Given the demographic imperative, TUSD is a minority-majority district, the historical responsibility we bear. I ask that you do not cut our department's budget. Instead, honor the legacy, support our mission, and allow us to continue the work of remedying past injustices and delivering the education to our students and what they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we have Sal Galvadon, followed by Guadalupe Henninger.
Buenas noches. I'm President, Dr. Trujillo, members of the board. My name is Salvador Gabaldon. I live at 800 Pomegranate Circle, and I am a member of the CRPI department on a part-time basis. I've been a teacher for 50 years, 40 of those years with TUSD, as a basketball coach, teacher in English, and an administrator. During that time, I've noticed a number of political battles that have taken place against public education. Some of the things that were mentioned today about vouchers, charter schools, bilingual education, ethnic studies. There's a line that connects those issues. And it's a line that runs through this hostility towards students of color. As you will recall, the English for the Children initiative was put on the ballot 25 years ago. To many of us Mexican Americans, it was a thinly veiled xenophobic attack on our culture. Some of us fought against it. We filed a suit, but the initiative passed. 10 years later, many of the same actors who attacked bilingual education were involved in the ethnic studies ban that was passed by the legislature. The public meetings that were held during each of those questions often ended with the question, what can we do to protect our students? In response, TUSD always had an answer. We ended up creating what is now language acquisition. We found a way to promote Mexican American studies through the CRPI department. Today, my grandchildren live in the Amphi School District, but they attend TUSD schools. Why would they do that? Because TUSD schools value and support their linguistic and cultural heritage. With recent news about attacks against DEI-related programs, the old question has returned: how will we protect our students? I urge you to stand with the community and support funding for the TUSD's LAD and CRPI programs. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker tonight is Guadalupe Henninger.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, President Ekstrom, and Clerk Shah, and board members. Thank you for all your hard work. I hope you all these people who just spoke so eloquently and passionate about the funding of those programs, it's unconstitutional to deprive people of I'm sorry, I get so nervous I spoke. But I hope you approve the funding of all those people who have spoke so passionate and eloquent. I also want to please approve and renew the intergovernment agreement between PIMA and TUSD for the early education program PIPS. It's very important to renew this because our preschoolers will get a head start, and their lives will be better for it. Our students and children are the casualties of downturn economies, budget cuts for education. I'm so sorry. I also like to remind everybody that the majority of people, Democrats, Republicans, and Independent, and others, are elected officials and appointed officials to uphold the rule of law and the oath they took to protect and defend our Constitution. The Constitution is the law of the land. Our founding fathers created a system of government of checks and balance and separation of powers due process, so no one person or group have all the power and no one is above the law. Article 1 says Congress, which is the U.S. Senate and U.S. House of Representatives, makes laws. Article 2 says the executive branch, which is the president.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Next, we have comments to be read. Our first comment is from Martha Bhattacharya, to be read, Protecting Title I Funding. Dear Governing Board, I would like these comments to be read on Tuesday's meeting, which I cannot attend to my son's track meet at Doolin Middle School. I'm a parent of 2 Doolin Middle School students who is concerned about the threat to Title I funding stated by the current federal administration. The threat concerns the withdrawal of Title I funds to schools that support efforts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I strongly urge the district to not comply in advance, and I also urge the district to become part of any state lawsuits that will be filed to protect this funding for our schools. Just last week, the U.S. House passed a bill, now headed for the Senate, that would prevent judges from issuing broad injunctions nationwide. This means that if Title I funding is threatened by the federal government, only the parties that are part of the lawsuit will be protected. I urge the governing board to collaborate with others and with the Attorney General's office to sue to stop Trump from tying federal Title I funding to initiatives that help our diverse student body succeed. We need to actively participate in protecting Title I funding for schools nationwide. Thank you. Next, we have Connor Bajovet to be read, CRPI. Dear Governing Board members, I'm writing in defense and support of the Culturally Responsive Pedagogy Instructional Department. As a certified culturally responsive teacher, I firmly believe that this department, its teachers, and their combined resources can provide students with the most optimal environment for a truly enriching education, unlike the rigid and inflexible mainstream classrooms that students and teachers have grown accustomed to. It is my belief that if students lose access to this department and the platform that it provides them, a platform dedicated to providing an inspired, restorative, ethical, and responsive education, then students will, by and large, continue to be disengaged and discouraged within a system of education that does not appreciate, represent, or support them. In the end, if the governing board elects to underfund, defund, or dismantle the CPRI department, then their message to the Tucson Unified staff and students is quite clear. Your experience and your expectations do not matter. Therefore, I propose that the board continue to fund the CPRI department in good faith. In so doing, I ask you to endeavor to uphold the promises and commitments Tucson Unified has made to the Tucson community. I implore you to continue fighting for our students. Continue to allow them the opportunity to respond to their world in a manner befitting their unique cultural and spiritual needs. Stand firm in your commitment to serve our students. Support a department that truly understands, respects, and values our students and their lived experience. Support culturally responsive pedagogy and instruction. Thank you, Mr. Kanya Bajovet, teacher, Robert Snail K-8. Next, we have Veronica Noyce, CRPI Department. Esteemed board members, I am a teacher of about 18 years within the district and have enjoyed working in elementary schools as an ELD teacher with support from the Language Acquisition Department. Now I continue my service as a middle school teacher, teaching English language arts with support from the culturally relevant pedagogy and instruction department. This and last year, I was assigned a mentor from the CRPI department as one of my class periods was coded CRC. Because of the support of that mentor program and the CRPI professional development opportunities, I am able to provide better instruction for my students, building community and collaboration in a culturally relevant classroom environment. This program goes beyond supporting equity in the classroom and the schools. They provide support to teachers working with a very diverse student community, bringing resources and methods that are very valuable into the classroom. CRPI is extremely student-centered and community-minded and provides a space for teachers to collaborate and grow as professionals. Their program goes beyond the regular professional developments offered by the district by providing family for a lot of new teachers and supports for many teachers across all disciplines within the district. Without their guidance, supports, and resources, I do not think I would be as effective a teacher in middle school that I am today. With their help, I am able to make connections to my students and their families within the school and the larger community. Because of CRPI, teachers are able to more easily share resources and become involved in community actions that support education, classroom instruction, student-centered learning, and civic responsibility. Please consider refunding and supporting the CRPI's department's mission into the new school year and beyond. They are a valuable part of the district culture and should continue to be so going forward. In service, respectfully, Veronica Noyce, 6th grade ELA teacher. Next, we have Sally Fletcher, CRPI testimonial. Good afternoon. My name is Sally Fletcher. I currently teach 7th grade ELA at Ross Scrooge Bilingual K-8 Magnet. All of my classes are coded CRC or culturally relevant responsive curriculum. I consider myself incredibly lucky to have gotten to teach CRC classes since returning to TUSD as a teacher in 2022. Without the CRPI department and my new teacher mentor, I can say with confidence that it would have been very difficult for me to continue teaching that first year. The combined support of those departments, however, kept me dialed in with my students and helped me dig into the curriculum and standards in a way that made sense to me, even in my overwhelmed state, and prioritize the needs of the specific population at the school where I was teaching at the time. In the CRPI department specifically, I found familia, family that provides direction and guidance and professional support in a teacher-centered way, the same way we are encouraged to teach in a student-centered way. I have had 3 mentors in my time with this department, and they have all been such highly quality, empathetic, and knowledgeable professionals. Furthermore, they have encouraged me to develop lessons and activities and to use materials that reflect our students' lives, individual experiences, and culture. Seeing the way that this kind of attention to detail and representation affects the way that my students engage with the content has been rewarding for me, to say the least. Hearing about students who are not typically locked in on the learning in other classes, but are excited to come and continue reading a specific book in my class is all I need to hear to know that we are on the right track with Sparks and with the carefully curated CRPI book list. Personally, the CRPI department has challenged me to continue to learn about the perpetual systemic issues that are unfortunately ever present in public education. As I learn, I am inspired to be an agent of change and improvement in the lives of the students that I get to teach each year. The department gives me hope for the future of education for my students and for my own children who also attend TUSD schools. This department gives me opportunities to collaborate with other like-minded and passionate educators. This department encourages me to continue to grow professionally, taking on student-centered projects, making presentations to my colleagues, and pursuing community involvement of my school for my students and my programs that are in line with the CRPI approach. Please understand how important the work that Lorenzo and Jessica and their incredible team is for your teachers, your students, and for the future of young people and education in general. In these tumultuous times in our country and in education, a department like this needs to be built up and appreciated for what it does for our community in TUSD and Tucson and Arizona and beyond. Thank you, Sally Fletcher, 7th grade CRC, English Language Arts, ELA, Culture Responsive Teacher, Honors Trained Educator, Ross Cruz, Bilingual.
We're at the 45-minute mark.
Madam President? I'll move. We have one more item to be read that's on an action item that we have tonight, so I'll move that we read the item that's an action item for tonight and have the others emailed to us since they're not part of our action items tonight.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, we'll go ahead and read that last one.
Okay. The one item that was on our action items is Amber Paris, Courage and Transparency 5.9 Authorization to Sign Certification regarding Title VI compliance. Good evening, governing board members and community. My name is Amber Paris, and I write today as an educator deeply committed to TUSD and the mission of our schools. I am a product of the magnet programs at Davis, Utterback, and Tucson High, and now a proud TUSD teacher, administrator, and advocate for the past 13 years. I'm here to express strong concern about the board's intent to sign item 5.9, the reminder of legal obligations, document tied to Title VI funding. This is disappointing to see an item of this significance presented without discussion and placed on the consent agenda. This isn't just a procedural task. It's a decision that reflects our values and whether we're willing to stand by them when it counts. Across the state and country, communities are watching how public institutions respond to pressure. This is an opportunity to lead and to show students, staff, and families that this board is willing to take a thoughtful and transparent stance when the stakes are high. We know this is part of a broader strategy to intimidate public schools into silence, but we also know that as a district, we have both the right and the responsibility to stand up for the students and educators we serve. Our district's vision is to inspire a diverse community to connect, learn, innovate, and lead for a better world. Our mission is to prepare all students to become responsible, ethical, and engaged global citizens through relevant, dynamic, and joyful educational experiences that embrace cultural diversity. These are not just aspirational phrases. They are promises we make to our community, and those promises matter even more as you currently face difficult decisions about budgets and staffing that will shape our schools for years to come. We've also been reminded that signing this document does not guarantee federal funding, but what you do tonight still matters. It sends a message. The public is watching to see whether your actions reflect the values we've committed to as a district. This is a kind of moment where actions speak louder than mission statements. We are not alone. Our state's Attorney General and Governor have made it clear they support Arizona schools and the rights of our communities, and you will have the support of your community. If you choose to sign this document, do it transparently. Discuss it openly. Share your reasoning. This is a moment that calls for clarity, courage, and conviction. I believe this board can rise to meet it. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your leadership. Amber Paris.
That concludes the call to the audience. Would any member like to address a topic? Ms. Shaw, Mr. Romero, then Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone who came to speak tonight. First, I want to thank all of the staff who came out to share their stories about the CRPI department. Then I'd like to thank Ms. Guadalupe Henninger for coming out tonight. Ms. Guadalupe speaks at pretty much every board meeting on issues both locally and nationally, so it's great to see you in person. We appreciate you. I want to also thank Ms. Ismatu for raising her concerns. And I'd like to place on a future agenda a study action item to explore the creation of a dual language self-contained Gate Middle School. I'd also like to thank the students who spoke today and Mr. Kelly for their research, their advocacy, and then raising the issues of the history of Sam Hughes and Miles, I forget his first name, and I'd like to put on a future agenda the renaming of both Sam Hughes Elementary and also Miles K-8. Let's see, and yeah, thanks to Ms. Fox for also raising those concerns about item 6.4. And that's it for me. Thank you.
I kind of wanted to also, it was good to put a face with the name Guadalupe Hedinger. Thank you for coming on up. And since we didn't get a chance to hear everything, if you could forward that to board staff, I'd like to finish reading what you wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone who spoke tonight. I have a couple of comments on the CRPI. Thanks for everyone who spoke to really advocate for that program. One of the most meaningful experiences I had as a high school student back in the suburbs of Chicago many moons ago was working with my then English teacher to put together an independent study on Indian literature. So coming from an Indian background, my parents were both from India, even though I was born and raised in America. It was really great to get high school credit and be able to do this independent study with my English teacher. We did a lot of research. This was before Google, and so we had to do a lot of research. We still had internet. It was the mid-90s, but we looked and found out, different books and novels with our librarian, how to get them through interlibrary loans, poems, short stories, and other things that I did over the course of the semester. And I still remember, many, many years later, just how meaningful that was for me as a young student of Indian descent to be able to see people like me that ate the same kind of foods that I ate, that had the same name as me. There was a character with the name Ravi in one of the novels that I read. And to see all those situations that reflected my heritage. And so I definitely appreciate your advocacy for culturally responsible instruction in our schools so that all of our students have the opportunity to see their backgrounds and cultures reflected in the curriculum, whether it be the English language instruction or in math problems or science curriculum or other facets of what we teach. For the mother who came to speak about two-way dual language, thank you for speaking about that. Today I had the privilege of having 2 conversations in Spanish with patients, and I'll do that on a regular basis. And of course, as I mentioned, I come from an Indian background. Spanish is not my first language, and the reason I'm able to have conversations with patients in Spanish on a regular basis is because of amazing instruction I received during my school years and secondary education to be able to speak and communicate with patients who are monolingual Spanish speaking, and definitely supportive of making sure that we offer that to as many students as possible. And finally, on the students, they've left unfortunately, but the ones who came to talk about school names, thank you for bringing up all that research. And I'm not sure, I don't know, Dr. Trujillo, when's the last time we had any changes? I'd love to see, and I'll reach out. I know some of you personally. We'll reach out, but we'll just see, making sure we have broad-based support from the community, whether it's through petitions or other forums, to make sure that this truly is something that's coming from the school communities and the neighborhood that surrounds these schools as well. If we're going to be doing some major name changes, but that's something I would be in favor of looking into further as well.
Okay. I would also like to thank everyone who came out to speak on the CRPI department. I was just elected. I don't think I was even sworn in, and I was invited to their department. So I so appreciate them reaching out to me way back when and being able to tour. I went to a school where nothing was culturally relevant, and so I am so grateful that we have that in Tucson Unified School District. So that department will have my support. And as far as the school name change, I'd like to see what actually needs to be done, and we could reach back out to the students at Miles and then get whatever petitions like Dr. Robbie said. But I'd like to see that done soon. And yes, Dr. Trio.
As the board wraps its comments on call to the audience, just a procedural request, because we have a lot of the CRPI community here. I'd hate to make them wait. I'd like to ask that we move item 8.1 up to follow consent, as well as item 8.2 for study and vote.
Okay. Ms. Luna Rose?
All right. Point of personal privilege, Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Jean, can you put up the first slide, please? Okay, thank you. So I did not attend. Well, first off, thank you to everybody that spoke. I recently met with the department and agree with my colleagues, so which is a perfect lead into my absence last board meeting. I attended the wake for Congressman Raul Grijalva, who recently passed away about a month ago. For those who may or may not know, I served under him in his congressional office for almost 10 years, from 2002 to 2010. I'm working on his campaigns. And I would not be sitting on this dais if it were not for him, if it were not for his support and his guidance. And I'm showing this picture. He hosted an education roundtable in January of 2024 at Ross Scrooge, and invited me as board president at the time and our director of magnet programs, Mr. Cameron Taravati, and other administrators and teachers. We were in the library at Ross Scrooge and had a really fruitful discussion. He was discussing the proposed cuts to the federal government's education budget. He wanted the perspective of the school board, he wanted perspective of teachers, and frankly, just the perspective of people who work in our public schools. I know a lot's been said about him the last couple of weeks, and I want to thank Ms. Ekstrom and Dr. Trujillo for their presentation they did last board meeting, as well to thank the mariachi from Tucson High, who did a beautiful performance to honor him. But just a little bit about Congressman Grijalva. He ran first for this governing board in 1972, but lost, and won again 2 years later. There had not been Chicano on the board for 23 years prior to his arrival. And so he joined the board at the time when it was waist deep in desegregation. And that's a litigation that's only recently been settled for the most part. So what he did for those schools at the time was monumental. I think he laid a foundation of what we know the district is today. One of his lasting contributions was to push successfully to create magnet schools. Hence, we were sitting at Ross Scrooge with Mr. Taravati. He also created the foundation for programs that we know today as our student services departments, Mexican American Studies, Mexican American Student Services, African American Student Services, Native American Student Services, and Asian Pacific Student Services. I know it was mentioned last time, he established Howenstein, established Davis and the dual language program. He established UHS as his own school. He was a member of Congress. He was on the Education and Workforce Committee, and he stayed on that committee the whole time he was in Congress because he believed in education that deeply. He could have gone on to Ways and Means or Appropriations, which are incredibly strong, the most powerful committees in Congress, but he stayed on that one because he believed in what he was doing. Just as As a side, he never became chairman of Education and Workforce, but he was chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, and I would be remiss if I did not mention that. He created a monument north and south of the Grand Canyon National Park to preserve 917,000 acres of public lands and countless tribal artifacts and other cultural resources. He fought hard against, and which was signed by President Biden in 2023. He also fought hard against the proposed Rosemont mine just south of us here in the Santa Rita Mountains. He had major success also in getting the Great American Outdoors Act passed under President Biden. He pushed hard to get money funneled into the district, the streetcar, which was a project that I worked on while I was his staffer, and money for the new port of entry, the city of Douglas, which is now under construction after all these years. And so there's a lot of things. I know there's a lot of things, I've read some things. Well, what did he do? What did he do for us? What did he do for this community? He did a lot. And you just have to actually pay attention and do a little digging on what he did. But he was a giant in this community. From his time on the dais on the TUSD governing board, sharing his story, the son of a bracero, proud Chicano from Southern Arizona. He fought for economic fairness, standing up for families like mine. And in Congress, he became the conscience of the progressives, always rising to meet the occasion. He inspired an entire generation of public servants to see their work as more than just a job or a title. I know that there's also a lot has been said of the machine, sometimes used as a pejorative, but it's not a pejorative, it's how things get done. He gave me my first real political job, and I've always strived to honor his trust and the opportunity he gave me to serve. Jean, can we do the next slide, please? Thank you. This picture is from the same day, and he always liked to make funny faces when I try to get a photo with him. If you knew him, that was his MO. He was my boss and my congressman, but most importantly, he was my mentor, and he was my friend. He supported my run for school board, and I'm gonna miss his guidance. I'm gonna miss I'm grateful that he took a chance on me. I'm a skinny kid from the east side of Tucson, and he saw the potential in me that I think a lot of people had not at the time. I will miss his calls early in the morning from DC because he thought it was really funny. He'd call at 5 a.m. our time, and he'd be sitting in his office. But he called to check in on me, check on my family, see how my parents were doing, my husband, my daughter, and also check how things were going on the school board, because he knows that this is, I think, it's beyond a privilege to serve this community on the school board, and it's also an important one, which is why all of you are here tonight. And I will miss his texts that he did with emojis that I needed a guide to kind of figure out what he was talking about. I would like to leave you with, remember his work and remember to keep fighting the good fight, because without fighting the good fight, things don't get done, especially when it comes to education. And I know I said this, but I'm going to miss him, and I appreciate the time this evening to be able to talk about him. And I will leave with his catchphrase, "It's all about the love." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. We'll move on to consent agenda, items 5.2 through 5.16. Madam
I'd
President?
like to pull 5.9 to section.
Okay.
I was going to do the same thing.
Okay.
Beat you to it.
So we will move, do I hear a motion to move all other items except item 5.9?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Dr. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 5.9, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. So, this is an issue that, if some of you are not aware, I know Dr. Shaw read that last letter during our call to the audience. But this Title VI compliance refers to the letters sent by our current White House administration's Department of Education in whether or not we are, or school districts, not just we, but school districts across the country are violating any sort of DEI executive orders. And it's my understanding that, well, first off, no, I'll go there first. To sign this would mean that we would be in their compliance, but the argument that the board has, well, that we've discussed is the fact that this would let the current administration know that we don't think we're have violated any sort of Title VI law, and that we are in compliance with the programs that we currently offer here in the Tucson Unified School District. We do stand to lose up to $72 million if they decide to follow through with this. They've already gone and tried to, a letter was sent out to the Kyrene School District up in the Phoenix area. But it seems to be slightly at the moment a lot of hot air with Tom Horn's office. I just wanted to publicly state, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of all my colleagues, but I'm really, really hesitant to sign this or to just flat out, I'm just against this. Anything that has to do with the dismantling public education from this current administration that we find ourselves under, I'm completely against, and I just wanted to put that on record.
Ms. Shaw, did you want to add any other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Luna Rose, for your comments. I agree. As stated, we are in compliance with Title VI. And Title VI reads, no person shall on the ground of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. And to vote no on this would be inaccurate. And so, if we voted against it just because, potentially $72 million would be on the chopping block for us, and some departments who spoke here tonight, may be at risk for losing funding. So I'm okay with voting yes for this. As stated, we are in compliance, and, there may be bigger fish to fry, as they say, later on down the line. And so because of that, I will support this item tonight.
Do I hear a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Shaw, seconded by Mr. Romero. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to items 8.1. Desegregation budget study session number 4. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, all those watching. Tonight, we continue with our budget study session number 4. It's a series of study sessions taking place all spring in advance of the governing board's consideration of the DSEG budget for 25-20 school year 25-26 on June 17. So gentle reminder, our board will not be taking any action tonight. It is a study session. As communicated in previous study sessions, we are facing a desegregation budget deficit for the 25-26 school year, in which our expenditures are exceeding our available revenue of $63 million by just over $3 million. So we've asked every DSEG-funded department to examine its budget, and through the budget building process for the 2025-2026 school year, to exact the range of 10% cuts per department. And we've asked all of our departments to present directly to the governing board to ensure that their voices are heard and that the departments have a collaborative opportunity to work with their department leaders. All of our materials have been posted online and are available for public comment. We invite everybody to check it out on the main page. Leave your comments for governing board consideration. And logistically, I will ask all of our department presenters, we're adhering to a tight 15-minute time limit this evening, and I will give our leaders a 5-minute warning when we get to the 5-minute mark. And I'll certainly ask Jean if we can put our little timer up there for our presentations. So with that, I think first up, we're going to be looking at language acquisition. I'd like to welcome our language acquisition director, Patricia Sandoval-Taylor. And congratulations. I know your daughter just got married, and your daughter is an extremely talented musician. I had the opportunity of seeing her perform at the concert, the superintendent's concert. So take it away.
Yes, she is a violinist and a teacher at Alice Vale. Miss Alina Taylor. Yes. Well, good evening, Board President, Ms. Ekstrom, board members, Dr. Shaw, Mr. Romero, Ms. Luna Rose, and Ms. Shaw. Again, and Superintendent Trujillo and Legal Counsel, Mr. Ross. As mentioned before, my name is Patricia Sandoval-Taylor. I'm the Director of the Language Acquisition Department, proud director, and I thank you for the opportunity to share the work that the Language Acquisition Department does in the Tucson Unified School District. Our department is multifaceted. It has the following specific areas: meaningful access, world languages, our two-way dual language program, our district language assessment, and our structured English immersion programs. We serve students and families that come from different language backgrounds, and we work to ensure that our students acquire language and have the opportunity to be academically successful. In addition, we strive to ensure teachers have the tools and the preparation to reach these goals. As you look at the scope of our work in the Tucson Unified School District, we have 100 different languages represented. The top 10 you can see listed on that first column, with Spanish being the most prevalent and Arabic being this actually third, right? Because English is the most prevalent. And then we have about 12,000 float students. Those are students that come with another language in their home or speak another language, and those students are flagged upon enrollment to be assessed with AZELA, our state language assessment. And of those 12,000, we have just about 5,000 students that qualify for services, and they are English learners. We have 4 programs for those English language learners. They are state-approved models. We have a 2-hour structured English immersion program. We have a pull-out program for low incidence schools, low numbers of ELs. And then we have a 4-hour newcomer program for schools that have a high incidence of refugee and newcomer students. And lastly, but most importantly, we have a 2-way dual language program in 12 of our schools that serve grades K through 12. And our current reclassification rate, actually we're waiting for 2025, should be in by May, but is around 12% of students that are reclassified as English proficient. Let's see. So what does the DSEG funding LAD receives ensure? It ensures compliance with federal and state responsibilities surrounding English learners and their families. At the federal level, we ensure that we comply with Officers of Civil Rights, yes, to ensure we have a commitment to resolve that states that the district will ensure meaningful access and communication for families. That's why you see interpreters here. And then also we have another current open OCR agreement, again, ensuring that we meet the needs of English language learners. We were instrumental in making sure that that we met what a federal court asked during USP, which now is overseen at the district level, but it was to build and expand two-way dual language programs to provide a quality education for Latino and African American students. And also the charge was to ensure that students were not segregated with Arizona SEI models. In fact, we went before the legislature to bring some flexibility to that. And my colleague, I stand on the shoulders of giants behind me, and Ms. Ana Manzano, who is at home healing from some needed treatments. So she's watching us online, but she went before the state legislature to change a model for our entire state. We also comply with that Senate Bill 1014, which is a part of that. I've given you a link so that you can look at that law and you can see the details of what it is we ensure compliance with. And at the district level, we did select these models in order to meet the needs of our English language learners, but also to have parameters so that we would have consistency across our schools. You have some additional links there, but they're also in your board docs so that you can get some more information regarding those pieces. Our department is, we are a revenue generating department. Our team works to ensure that we secure state Group P funding for each of our English language learners and Title III funding. We also advance English learners reclassification, contributing to the 10 points toward a school's letter grade. And again, as mentioned before, we ensure compliance with those federal court pieces, that building and expanding, increasing graduation rates, and decreasing dropout rates through the programs and professional development that we provide. Now what I'd like to do is share how our budget aligns to all of that work. Meaningful access, I will talk about these in this order, so you'll see a budget for each of those areas as I move through this presentation. In meaningful access, again, it's in response to the commitment to resolve, which states the district will ensure meaningful communication with EL students and language minority students. The department currently has the following resources to support over 100 languages spoken by families across our district. We have a coordinator, we have an administrative assistant, we have 2 Spanish interpreters, 1 Arabic, 1 Somali, 1 Kirundi Kinyarwanda, and he also speaks French, 1 Dari and Dari Pashto speaker, and a part-time Vietnamese speaker. When we don't have a language that our team members can represent, we do outsource. I know this slide is hard to see, but you can, when you look at it closely, you'll be able to see that they conduct about 2,500 interpretation events per year, and that's not counting the translation pieces. What does their budget look like? If you look at this pie chart, you can see that their total budget is just under $700,000. And when you look at the pie chart, the lavender and the purple it equals 82%, which goes directly toward interpreters and translators, so their positions. And then when you look at our budget for meaningful access, again, it's that just under 700,000. Next to the red arrow, you'll see what we've tried to cut. Everything in parentheses, we tried to cut 10%. But again, we tried to stay as far away from the interpreters as we could so that we could still provide the services needed. Our two-way dual language program provide opportunities for students to become global citizens and as they acquire both English and Spanish. The goal is for them to become bilingual and biliterate. It supports the USP agreement, again, to provide quality education and expand the program, and it meets the ADE's model for English language learners. We serve about 2,400 students currently, both ELs and mainstream students, so they learn from each other. And it aims, again, for them to become bilingual and biliterate. We hope by 26, 27, we'll be able to expand the program to Saguaro High School with Bloom magnet feeder pattern progression. They're moving on to high school. We were very proud because we started at kindergarten, and these little guys are 7th graders now. They'll be 8th graders this next year. And I just put language at the bottom from Judge Barry that talks about how the district presented evidence that convinces the court that the two-way dual language program is a solid academic program aimed at improving student achievement, and that it is committed to the implementation of the model, the growth, and the success for the future. Again, this is the two-way dual language program budget. Let me go back. It is about I can't see I had the number like highlighted, but I can't see it right now, but it's a little over $0.5 million. If you look at the pie, all of the dark blue areas are FTE. These are highly qualified bilingual educators in the classroom before students, or parapros that work with English language learners. And the other slivers of the pie represent all the pieces: the professional development, tutoring, language academies, summer school, advertising to promote the program. And that's why we promote people from other school districts to come to our two-way dual language program, as you heard in the call to the audience. This is what is in the central budget. It's a little over $1 million. That is central, but that includes our itinerant teachers, some of which are behind me right now. And if you look in the red arrow, you can see through the parentheses where we did do cuts at the central area. When you look at the bottom in the schools, those over 4 point, there is FTE. Again, it looks like an increase because these teachers receive an increase in benefits. We also have that assessment piece that LAD does. We test over 7,500 students, both assessment and reassessment. We have 2 coordinators that coordinate all the assessment across our district. They only have 2.5 district testers, and they are responsible for securing materials and ensuring paperwork is correct in folders in schools. The SCI model, again, it's a state mandated model. You have a link to the model, but we have to ensure that these pieces are in place for each of our English language learners, that they receive targeted ELD instruction, integrated ELD instruction, and that they are not segregated for the majority of the day and receive the minutes. This is our budget for SCI and the assessment piece. 92% of it are teachers, highly qualified SEI teachers in front of students. And the other pieces are what it takes to do the assessments and run our department. And again, I don't have a lot of time, but again, it's what we have at Central, what we cut, what's in the schools, and what we cut. We tried to stay away from the classroom. We did have some teachers that had to shift for other areas because we changed the threshold of numbers to students. This is our total budget. I broke them all down for you: the TWDL, the SCI, and the meaningful access piece. 80% of our total budget is in the classroom with students and highly qualified teachers. As a result, the majority of our schools are receiving their 7 or better EL points. We have a language advisory committee, some of them who are behind me back here, and I thank them for being here this evening. We contributed to attaining unitary status for TUSD1 Unified, and we were able to close an OCR agreement since 1996. We have passed our last 2 ADE monitoring cycles with no corrective action. We have awarded, since 16-17, we've awarded 716 seals of biliteracy on high school diplomas. Last year, we awarded 134. We've had EL Teachers of the Year, students honored by ADE. We have received a national award from the Association of Two-Way Dual Language Education. The U.S. Secretary of Education visited Roskridge in October, and he said, you should be very proud of your schools. This is one of the best he's seen across the country, and we're watching what Tucson Unified School District is doing. We did receive some cuts in 23-24, about 190 some thousand. This year, we were reduced 120,000 capital. There are still needs. We do need some more testers. We would like testers that are in the schools to receive a stipend. And I know pie in the sky, our SEI teachers need a stipend. And as I work in this department, it would help to have an assistant director. You have a link here for everything we do in the Tucson Unified School District. It's just like our Bible. It has all the information, but please see that link. And what I've shared with you is just numbers and words in a presentation, but they represent the program models to best serve language learners. They have taken years to build, ensuring they have highly qualified teachers, comprehensive professional development, and the resources needed to meet the academic needs of our diverse population in TUSD. I hope this presentation has conveyed this, or at least given you a glimpse of how our budget works to accomplish this work. Once again, thank you for allowing me to present, and thank you to the leadership for their support. Have a good evening. Questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I got to go on a tour with Pat. We toured 3 schools. We went to Van Buskirk, Utterback, and CE Rose. It's amazing. I was in a kindergarten class at Van Buskirk. I'm not even, did we figure out what blueberries is in Spanish? But these kindergarten students are writing and speaking in Spanish. It's amazing.
Writing full paragraphs, right?
Yes, and they're just wonderful. And Pat asked them to read in Spanish, and just like that, they were able to do that. And then at Utterback, we were in a classroom where with students whose languages were different, and they were learning about money and food, and it was just really amazing. And then at CE Rose, we were in a 4th grade class.
Yes.
And they were doing amazing things. We had one student who was teaching his peers all about Spanish and what the words meant, and it was just amazing to see all of these students learning and the light going off in each and every one of those classrooms. So I do thank you for all the work you do. I do have a couple of questions. The $320,000 reduction, can you describe what that is and how that affected your department?
Yes, we did receive in January $390,000 reduction in capital. How it affects us is we had to ask again for that funding in order to be able to purchase the assessments needed for our two-way dual language programs and materials that we needed to support teachers. There are some pieces that because we were asked, could we cut some more? And so we cut down as much as we could, and we said that we would order materials at the beginning of next year to help out with that shortage. But again, this it forces us to have to redo the timeline of how we implement things.
And I just do want to say that every member of your department that I met, I was met with a smile and no complaints. And I'm just really appreciate all that you do. It's amazing. So thank you all for all of your hard work. I believe my colleagues may have some questions. And if you haven't gone on a tour, please go on a tour.
Yes.
Dr. Shaw.
Great. Thank you, President Ekstrom. And thank you, Pat, for being here and for your very fast presentation tonight.
It wasn't sheltered.
My question on the two-way dual language. So is all of that being funded from DSEG, or is it coming from the school's budget? Because when we had the ALE presentation not too long ago, they talked about how they would start some classes and programs through DSEG, and as they got more popular, they were able to, because of enrollment, have the school's budget take care of some of those programs. And that's not happening for the two-way dual language? It's all being funded by DSEG?
Yeah. So sometimes if M&O can cover a FTE, M&O will cover it, and DSEG will be the supplement to it. You know, so that we don't supplant. But for most cases, our two-way dual language FTE do come from DSEG. In
All right,
most
so I'm a
cases.
two-way dual language teacher in Davis, for example, and I'm being funded
Some of them do come from M&O.
some of them, but some of them are coming from the DSEG.
And in fact, Davis. So we have configurations for every single school. I could share them with you, so you could be able to tell which ones come from M&O and which ones come from DSEG. But a school like Davis, the majority of it comes from M&O.
Okay, but other schools, the majority is coming from DSEG.
A school like Bloom, that's smaller, we grew a strand, those are DSEG FTE.
And are they still
In some
DSEG
cases.
because the enrollment is still too low for the students?
Sometimes
to
because it's
absorb
lower,
it?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on enrollment.
I think in the case of Davis, you also have magnet budgets that cover magnet program teachers. So though TWDL DSEG funding doesn't cover the Davis staff, we have to look at magnet, which is still under DSEG. So your point, universally DSEG in some way, shape, or form funds the teachers.
Okay.
And we can share that detail at any point in time if you'd like to see that.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful. You said that your department has around 2,500 interpretation events per year. Could you please describe what an interpretation event typically entails?
Sure. So it could be a parent-teacher conference. It could be, so that would be considered an event. Anytime an interpreter is needed is considered an event. It could be a group event, like for example, when the young lady was here, that this tonight is considered an event. So it could be a group event, it could be parent-teacher, it could be an exceptional ed conference. So it's just any time they go out to interpret.
I see. Okay. And then when a contractor is needed for an interpretation event or something else, like how I saw in one of these slides, it was like $4,000 for a contractor. Is that?
Yeah. So
accurate?
we have certain vendors that we can use, like Seracom, in order so that if there's a language that we don't have an interpreter, we will secure services from Seracom, especially when it's like an emergency, something happens right away. These outsourced companies help us with those languages that we don't have.
Okay. And are those contractors virtual or in person or both?
Most of them are virtual.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great questions.
Any other questions, governing board members? Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Hi, Pat.
Hello.
And I too just recently took a tour on a very hot Friday afternoon in Pat's new car.
My husband's new car.
Her husband's new car. And we went to Roscrouch and Doolin. And I appreciated, like Miss Ekstrom, we went to a first grade dual language class, and those kids were learning about monuments and the White House and House of Representatives and things right up my alley, but in Spanish, and it was very seamless. So I appreciate all that work. And then at Doolin, the students, we walked into a class that these students the class was in English, but they're a classroom full of students that come from different languages.
That's right.
So
newcomers, yeah.
Right. So the work is phenomenal. But I don't know if necessarily it's a question, but what is I guess, for lack of a better word, what does the future look like for your department, and what are you seeing, and maybe this is too lofty a question, but like in a 5-year?
Well, we'll always have English language learners, right? We will always, even when they reclassify, we'll get new students that are acquiring language. So our English language learner part of it, hopefully our model will not change with all the politics. So that seems at this point, knock on wood, pretty secure. Our two-way dual language program, we'd love to continue to build and expand it. It is a program that we're seeing our English language learners are being they're academically successful in English, and they are doing what over 35 years of research says, that they will surpass mainstream students at the 50th percentile on English tests. So as you heard a parent that I just met, I haven't met her, but heard her tonight, those programs, if we could expand them to different schools, it would benefit our community academically, and then leave them being bilingual, biliterate. And what better way to receive culture, that cultural competence, because language and culture cannot be separated. They're not separate, they come together. And this is the opportunity to do that. So,
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Romero.
Just out of curiosity, do you know, are any other districts in our region also doing dual language?
So in the southwest part of our state, no, we are the only two-way dual language programs. And actually, those programs that are in the Phoenix area are 50-50 models. Ours is a 90-10 immersion model that I always say we purchased the Cadillac. We wanted the best model for our students, and this is the one that renders the best academic achievement historically. And we've had that opportunity to do it. We built it in 8 years. It took us to get it to where it's at right now. It's not perfect. It's almost perfect, but we can't bring it down. We can't. We're just too far into this beautiful jewel that TUSD has.
Yeah, and I didn't do a tour with you, but I was at one of our
you're
schools.
Welcome, by the way.
But I was at one of our schools, and the principal took me to a kindergarten classroom and brought one of the kids over, and an Anglo girl, and asked her to describe all the things about the bee, that they're learning, and how well she spoke Spanish at such a young age and easy to understand. It was just, I was very impressed by these kids in these classrooms, because we can't limit their knowledge to what we think they can and cannot learn, because they're sponges and they can learn a whole lot more. They could probably learn 3 languages, 4 languages if they wanted to. So
yes.
I wanted to, based on just that one simple thing, now I know that this group is responsible for that. I want to say thank you for teaching these kids, at such a young age.
They're back
Thank
here.
you. Thank you guys very much.
All right. Thank you, and you're welcome to visit us at any time.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Who's next, Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, I'd like to welcome Martha Zamora. She's our Director for Transportation Services. And I think those that are sort of new to the desegregation conversation, we think about desegregation and we think about the academic departments. We think about CRPI, we think about GATE, we think about ALE and Magnet. A lot of people don't know that we have a significant amount of DSEG funding into our transportation department. We fund our bus drivers at a 60% M&O rate and 40% coming out of DSEG, as well as our bus monitors. So talking about some of the adjustments for next year, I've got our director, Martha Zamora.
Thank you. Good evening, Governing Board President, members of the board. As Dr. Trujillo mentioned, my name is Marta Zamora. I'm the Director of Transportation, and tonight I will be presenting on our DSEG budget. Tonight's agenda includes the organizational chart for the department, our FTE reduction, and the DSEG proposed budget for next school year. Here is our transportation organizational chart. A little under 385 FTEs. And as you know, our department is not just drivers and monitors. It also includes office staff, managers, supervisors, transportation dispatchers, routers, and the auto shop that maintains our fleet. So the auto shop maintains not just the yellow buses, but they also maintain our entire district fleet, which is a fleet of 300 vehicles, including cars, trucks, vans, and maintenance equipment. So to say the least, our department is very complex and unique. Historically, our entire budget has been split funded, 50% DSEG, 50% MNO. At the beginning, last year as we were planning for this school year's budget, it was proposed that we change it to a 60-40 split. So because our budget was split funded, because it's split funded, it requires for us to actually work on our entire budget in order for us to identify possible areas of reduction. So in reviewing all of our unfilled positions, we identified this list of reductions. It's a little under 27 FTEs, and that will leave us with 358 FTEs for next school year. As you can see, reducing our budget by the almost 27 FTEs reduces our budget by $1 million. The portion of that for DSEG is $435,000, 318. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, $435,000 is the FTE reduction, including benefits. We also looked at other areas within our budget where we could reduce, and we found $140,000, 532. In other areas we could reduce, where we're right-sizing essentially our budget in areas like fuel, district supplies, etc. So then that brings the total to $575,000 of reduced DSEG. And after making those reductions, it brings our essential level requested for next school year to $9.85 million. Here is a comparison of the 2 years. So our current year started at $7.78 million in DSEG. Even though we planned to do a 60-40 split for the entire department, it was decided for us to go with a 40-60 split for drivers and monitors, and the rest of the department continued at a 50-50. So you can see the adjustment there, along with the driver wages that were approved at the 2133 for this school year, and that's a 12% increase on the budget. So that brings us to an adjusted or a projected end of the school year budget of $9.40 million. So when we look at next school year, like I said, we requested the 9.85 for essential budget. And even though we've made a reduction of the $575,000, we are still needing to make a request of $457,000 for the requested amount there to bring us to the 9.85. So I hope to, I made it only a few minutes. I will take your questions. Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
Before the board members ask questions, so the 9.85 million essential level requested, that is after exacting the 575,580 in cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you're asking for a restoration of 475,000?
457,000.
For 157,000, which would be subtracted from the 575,000 in cuts, right? So you essentially are asking us to cut $157,000 less to reach your essential level. Is that correct?
So essentially, I'm looking at the projected amount that we're going to end this school year at $9.4 million, $940. For next year, we're requesting the 9.85. And that's, in order for us to get to that number, it would be an increased request of the 457,000. And the reason for that is the 1% increase on salaries and then the 2% increase on wages. So even though we reduced our, budget by that 575, we still have a need for an increase of the 457 for next year.
Based off of what we're projecting for hourly salary increases. But at this time, there's been no compensation package. So the compensation discussions are still going. So are you using that as sort of an average of what the wages have been going up?
So I think when we budgeted, When we work on our budgets, we work with the benefits 2% increase that we know is coming, and then the potential, I guess.
So if that were the case, then the true cut would be 575 minus 457. That's if the benefits and the increased wages that you're projecting were actually the salary package, then the true cut that we would be asking, that we would be left with, would be the 575 minus the 457,000. The way I understand it.
Sure.
Because I'm getting tripped up on essential level requested.
Sure.
Because I understand the essential level requested is reflective of the $575,000 reduction. I get that.
Yeah. So
You're saying an additional $457,000 is needed based off of what you're projecting in benefits and hourly wage increases, correct?
So when we end the school year, yes. When we end the school year at $9,400,000, what we are requesting for next school year is an additional $457,000 that would bring us to the 9.85.
Which my question to you is that pretty much wipes out the projected 575,580 in cuts. So we're just,
yes.
Okay.
Pretty
all
much.
right.
Ms. Ekstrom's not here, so I'll manage this right now. So I'm looking, there's two increases here. What are the two increases, 600 and 457?
So I was showing you here at the beginning of this school year, we started at the 7.78. When we make the adjustments, because we did budget for the school year at a 60-40 split, as we went through the school year, we went ahead and we took a phased approach to changing the DSEG split. And the DSEG split, only the 60-40 only was applied to the drivers and monitors. The rest of the department continued at a 50-50. So even though we budgeted at a 60-40, it wasn't done across the entire department. And therefore, some of the difference is covered in the 1.62 that you see there. On top of the raise that we gave drivers at the beginning of the school year, which was almost 12% to the starting hourly wage than the previous year. And so then those two numbers there add up to a 9.40 for the end of the school year. Or at the end of the school year, we plan to spend $9,400,000 on DSEG. When we work on our budget based on that number, and we reduce what we were able to reduce, as I mentioned in the previous slides, we still end with a need of $9.85 million for next year. So the numbers that you see there is just so that we can see how we made it from the $9 million to the 9.85. Am I confusing people? Let me see if I'm going to need help from. Are you up? I was like, where is Ricky? I did make him aware that I might need his help.
Okay, so as Martha mentioned, the 60-40 split that you all approved was only applied to drivers and monitors because they're the only ones that are split. Dispatchers, mechanics, what have you, they're not split funded. That's not the way it works. So once we did the cut, readjusted, and you approved an increase to 2133, we had to add funding to their budget to accommodate all of that. That took their budget from 7.8 to 9.4. Hence that $1.6 million adjustment. Now, for next year, we ask all departments to accommodate a 1% or $500 increase for certified as a planning, right? Because otherwise, if they don't plan for it, then we're doing mid-year reductions and mid-year adjustments. We want them to come into it thinking that it might happen, and if it doesn't, then it's just gravy that they get to readjust within their budgets. The issue in the transportation department is that their expenses in the transportation department with DSEG, currently at their 9.4 level, is still not enough to fund their operations based on what they've got going on. So they need to get to $9.85 million, which is that $457,000. That $600,000 number is basically confusing because that's not really, I mean, that's a number that's already accounted for in this year. What they're really looking for is an additional $457,000 from the 9.4 million to get to 9.85 million, because their current budget level does not accommodate their expenditures, even after they've reduced everybody, because they're still cutting all those people, all those not those people, those positions, those 27 positions, they're still gone. But the increase of expenses, it just eats away at everything that they're trying to do. And that's just because the increase to bus drivers was 12% in terms of their wages. Does that make more sense? Okay.
Dr. Shah.
And so when we have those, so there are no positions that have someone in it, right? They're all open positions that we're looking to cut, so it won't affect anybody directly. So that's great, and thank you for finding those positions that have been unfilled. So that also provides some M&O savings as well. So it's going to help on the budget more generally beyond what the DSEG budget is. Okay.
That's correct.
But by you see 600,000, I think was what the slide said.
Yeah, that is correct. So when we look at the entire budget, the actual change for next year is like $700,000 as a whole.
Yeah.
So it definitely made a reduction, but just because it's split funded and the way that it works out, it just makes it hard.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm still a little bit confused, and so I wonder if you can just beef up this presentation and send it to us so we can totally understand
Absolutely
what's happening here. And so, yeah, thanks, Dr. Shaw, for clarifying. Did you say that the 17, well, first, Jean, can you go back to the FTE budget reduction slide? Yeah. The 17 CDL drivers, did you say that those are vacant positions?
Correct.
Okay. And all of these are vacant?
That is correct.
I see. Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, considering how many students and funding we lose due to the average daily membership, I think, Ricky, in one of your presentations, it was 3,000 students, give or take, per year that we lose, which comes out to $15 million. And so I was really hoping that we can expand bus routes because I'm thinking that all of these students who have excessive absenteeism, I wonder if they are taking the city bus to school. Because when you're given that freedom to go anywhere, for free, maybe you will arrive at school on time, maybe you won't. And so I would love to expand our routes. I have parents reaching out to me whose students are going into high school who want a bus route, but some of our high schools, many of them don't offer bus routes. We're take the city bus or get your parents to take you. But, I worry about our students on the city bus. I've heard very concerning things, firsthand things from students, parents, and of course the news. And so, gosh, do we have capacity at this point with our current drivers to, be able to fulfill that role without the 17 that are potentially going to be lost here? And I will mention that every time I see a bus around Tucson, a TUSD bus, it's nearly empty. I've seen maybe 5 students. And so I wonder what's happening. I want us, in Amphi, I took the bus, elementary, middle school, high school. I always had to share my seat, you know what I mean? And so I want us to expand it. I want us to tell parents that this is an option now, that please try us out, try a bus route out. It's super convenient. And your child will be delivered to school, on time.
Yeah, Board Member Shaw, you're certainly ahead of us. We are coming to the board in May with our re-envisioning transportation, and one aspect of that is going to be to reduce the walk zone down from 2 miles all the way down to, I believe it's 1 point.
From 1.5 to 1.
1.5 all the way down to 1. We're going to bring that as a policy change. And then we're going to be, as part of that presentation, talking about expanded universal transportation for everybody that wants a route. To answer your first question, there is a gap between ridership, the amount of families that signed up to use the bus, to use TUSD transportation at the beginning of the year, and who's currently using it. There's a pretty significant gap. So yes, we're able to operate fairly well without these 17 vacant positions because we have that room that you talked about to really reconfigure and offer more routes so that we can take a look at teams of drivers that may now be able to do high school. We're talking about part of this program is also expanded middle school service and then also open enrollment. And for the first time, being able to offer open enrollment routes directly into the district for outside of the district TUSD kids. So we're ahead of us a little bit. We are coming back in May, but that is part of what we're trying to do. And I do want to ensure all of our board members that we do have the wiggle room in terms of the ridership numbers right now that are not as high as we thought they were going to be based off of the ridership survey at the beginning of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, and our third presentation this evening, I want to welcome Lorenzo Lopez. He's a director for culturally responsive pedagogy and instruction. And like I'm finding out, like from most of our directors, he's also from Choya. So most of our team seems to be from Choya. So take it away, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Go Chargers. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, President Ekstrom, Governing Board, Council, and staff. Today, first off, I want to tip my hat to an amazing staff that are here with us today. This is the amazing group of folks who deal with our students and teachers on a daily basis. Thank you all for all that you do. So I'm on a tight time frame, so we're going to get going. So our department came from obviously the Fisher Mendoza plaintiff's court case in 1974 that called for the development of a program that met the needs for African American and Mexican American students. With the development of the Mexican American Studies Department in the year 2000, all the way through 2012, with the elimination of that program, the unconstitutional elimination of that program, and with the vacuum that created, CRPI was created. In the court document of the Unitary Status Plan, the courts called for the district to develop and implement culturally relevant courses that addressed those academic needs of those students. In 2021, the court documents submitted by the district also committed to supporting those courses currently being offered at the current staff levels with the instructional resources necessary for their success. So what is CRPI? What is the mission of CRPI? CRPI serves two basic functions. The culturally relevant curriculum, the courses, which offer courses that present the grade level curriculum and standards from a viewpoint of the African American and Mexican American perspective, and the culturally responsive pedagogy that addresses the social, emotional, and intellectual needs of students as brought into the classroom. This approach has been proven to be effective, as noted by several different research studies nationally, and there's a direct link to the Sparks framework. I invite you to take a look at some of these studies as time permits. Much of the professional development that we provide centers on the Sparks framework. Every year we provide thousands of participants the opportunity to be trained in the Sparks framework through the new teacher induction series, the teacher development series, and the professional learning day series, which is the quarterly PD sessions throughout the district. When sites request a specific professional development, our staff is tasked with developing that PD and delivering it there. So our courses, we span the gamut from the elementary all the way through the high school. At the elementary level, we work with specific CRC teachers who have identified as having an interest in implementing this curriculum. We don't code those classes as CRC, but we work with those teachers. At the middle school level, we offer CRC to social studies and ELA from 6th through 8th grade, many of those sections being in honors. At the high school level, we offer American history, American government, and ELA in the African American, Mexican American, and Native American perspective. As you heard tonight, we've expanded recently into CR algebra and CR geometry. Many of those course offerings are ALE offerings as a collaboration between CRPI and ALE, Advanced Learning Experiences, led by Ms. Sky Satchko, as well as the Mexican American Student Services Department, who we've collaborated with to offer those dual enrollment offerings, which include History 141, 142, MAS 165, and on. Currently, we provide service to 22 elementary school teachers, 160 secondary CRC teachers, who provide 674 different sections at the secondary level in ELA, social studies, math, AP, on and on. In total, we serve just under 7,000 CRC students this year alone. Over the course of 10 years, our growth has continued, again, reaching up to 7,000, with potential areas of growth, including CR science, CR pre-algebra at the middle school level to get those kiddos on that advanced math track and on. But the bulk of our work, when we're not working specifically with our teachers, is in the area of PD. We believe that a well-trained and inspired teacher is transformative to the lives of students. On the upper left-hand corner, you'll see some PD that takes place on a Saturday. Now, it's tough to get anybody to a PD on Saturday, and we bring folks in, and they are eager to engage. Also, we provide a summer institute, the Summer Institute for Culturally Responsive Education, which takes place at the U of A. It's a 2-day conference taking place June 5th and 6th this year, and we invite you to come out and participate. And because we can't bring all of our teachers out to conference, we do our best to bring the conference to our educators, to provide them that top-tier professional development that they'd like. Our CR master teacher staff. Our staff visits their teachers 1 to 2 times weekly, and during these visits, they provide model instruction, co-teaching, they provide curricular support. Their caseload for the year is they provide service to 10 new CR teachers from 1 to 3 years, and they support about 8 veteran teachers, which don't require as much assistance, but still we need to be that point and support them ongoing. For the vast majority of our PD, our staff are the facilitators of those professional development sessions, and so they are critical. It's critical that we have a competent, veteran, experienced group of folks on staff. In addition to that, our staff also supports district-wide programming such as Cesar Chavez Month, the Ruby Bridges Walk to School, Black History Month, and Mes de Cultura, where they go out and provide programming to different classrooms. The demographics of CRC mirror the district's demographics pretty closely. The most notable difference comes in African American participation, where about double the representation of African American students is in our CRC classes. And so our kiddos, how are they doing? In last year's ACT scores, in terms of proficiency, we have 4 different categories that highlight how our kiddos are doing. On the left-hand side, in the dark blue area, those are the CRC kids. And on the right-hand side is the comparative group, the English 11 traditional. And so across these 4 categories and across 3 different years that were examined, that trend continues where these CRC kiddos are performing at higher rates in terms of proficiency. When we look at student growth percentile, and these kiddos are tested with the ACT Aspire in their freshman year, and then they're tested again in their junior year to measure the amount of growth that they've experienced. Now, this is a scale of 1 to 100, and we've just zoomed in to the area of major difference. But the regular English students and the CRC students, there is a 6.2 difference, a positive difference, as it relates to the CRC students. The 50th percentile being the state median. Our budget for 2025, this fiscal year, our budget was $1,067,000, just under. Our total payroll with benefits for 10 staff is $960,000. The total payroll, including PD, is $980,000, leaving very little wiggle room in terms of reduction. Our proposed budget for next year is $1,027,057. There is a non-payroll essential budget line that we'll talk about shortly, and the net reduction will be of one master teacher, which is a vacancy currently, and it is a 4% reduction of just under $40,000. The non-payroll budget function, these monies go to the purchase of novels and texts and instructional materials that are directly for the sites and for the classroom. They pay for substitute teachers, for peer observations, professional developments, and field trip coverage. And essential things like staff mileage, where our staff have to travel throughout the district between 5 and 7 sites on a weekly basis. And it also pays for fees and summer PD pay and print shop and office supplies. In addition to the cuts mentioned, we've also cut $4,000 from the summer PD monies. We've cut almost $3,000 from our summer work for CRPI staff. This is where our staff work to align our instructional resources with the districts and the states to ensure that we are in lockstep with the movement of the district. We've cut an additional $1,000 from CRC instructional materials and books. We've zeroed out our our travel fund, our national conference budget, which only had $800 in it. And we've also zeroed out our technology office supply line. What are the implications of these reductions? One master teacher reduction directly impacts 18 CRC teachers who go with no mentorship or at a reduced rate. It directly impacts 700 students out of the 7,000 served, who again are operating at a reduced service. For 2026, the MT caseload goes from 18 to 20 plus for the remaining staff, which far exceeds the district average of 12 teachers per mentor teacher. And it does reduce the capacity of our department to provide PD opportunities for not only our CRC teachers, but all teachers in the district in general. And with that, I'd like to leave you with a few images from some of our kiddos across the district who are engaged in some of the different activities that we provide and we support through our programming. I'd be happy to take any questions now.
Governing board members, are there any questions? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Can we go back to the slide, the student growth slide with the, yeah, right here. So the one, couple before it that showed the proficiency rates of CRC students compared to non-CRC students, and then this slide right here. yeah, that one. And then this one is just extremely impressive. And so I just want to congratulate you and all of the staff in the department for your tremendous work.
Thank you. Thank you.
For sure. Yeah, and at the call to the audience, Miss Taylor Pacheco's comment was just I've never wanted to take a math class before until she spoke. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity merging traditional subjects with culturally relevant curriculum. Even for problems that we have in our district, I think it would be awesome to have a CRC math class, help the transportation department find the most efficient routes so that we can maximize
I would love it.
our student ridership. And we have so many other problems like that in our district that I would love for students to work on.
Yes.
And so, yeah, thank you for your work again.
Anyone else? I would just love to see more teachers teaching in elementary school. I just feel if my daughter could see herself in books and in math, she would be more apt to do that. And I'm just so thankful to your department and to Nicole especially, because she helped me find books that my daughter could see herself in. So I really appreciate that. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you. Thanks.
So that concludes our desegregation budget study session. Do you want to add anything, Dr. Trujillo, or can we move on?
We'll go ahead and move on. I want to thank the directors for all of their work. I know they've worked with all of their departments to try to maximize the opportunities that our department members have to weigh in on this. So I want to thank them all for the preparation and presentations this evening, and for all those that came out. Now as we move to the maintenance and operations side of the house, okay, we're going to talk cuts over on that side of our budget. Item 8.2, I did ask our chief financial officer to just give a brief timeline of the work that we're doing to address the deficit in the M&O budget through our administrative budget cutting. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Hernandez to join us.
Good evening. Just to follow up with budget reduction news. So if you recall, on March 4th, when I presented a financial state of the district, I provided you with several options that we could pursue in order to try to start shoring up some of the budget issues throughout the next several fiscal years. So two items that we're implementing as part of our budget reduction package. It's not working. Okay. So just some background information that you've seen before. Obviously, our ADM is currently projected to lose about 1.5% annually. Through 2030, our average annual deficit is expected to be just about $21 million. Our carry forward will peak this fiscal year at $32.4 million. We will carry a deficit by FY30 if we continue on the current path of revenue and expenditures to the tune of $26.4 million. As I mentioned previously, this is the definition of a structural deficit. The only way we cure a structural deficit is by making both permanent changes to the revenue and the expenditure side of our formula. So for fiscal year 26, as we start moving down the path of trying to cure this structural deficit, the administration is implementing two strategies. We've rolled out a hiring freeze across the district, and we've implemented a 3% and 6% budget cut strategy to all central departments. And I'll mention those in detail. It's not working, G. So first, the hiring freeze strategy. So a hiring review committee has been established that is comprised of senior leadership team from all facets of the district. We meet weekly to evaluate positions. Departments were notified last month of all of their affected positions, and a listing is updated by HR and Finance to take a look at these positions as turnover takes place. All our current vacancy savings, so any vacant positions as they come through, are currently frozen through the end of the fiscal year. So we've started to sweep any savings that are coming through as part of current vacancies. With a few exceptions, we have started allowing some positions to continue to roll through just because they are critical in nature. Part of our criteria is to evaluate, whether some of these are permanently frozen. Essentially, are we closing these positions? Are we closing them through the remainder of the fiscal year? Or can we continue with the hiring process due to the nature or the criticality of the position? Next slide. Okay.
It's a little freeze.
Okay. Oh, too much, too far. I'm not done. I swear. I know. I know.
She has my back.
Sorry, Mrs. Ekstrom, but I still have more for you. There you go. So the hiring freeze strategy, our goal is to find $5.3 million in permanent salary and benefit savings. All permanent positions that are vacant are affected as of March 7th. We are looking only at positions that are funded either with M&O or indirect costs. M&O, whether they're DSEG or non-DSEG, as long as they're funded with M&O. We've established 5 sets of criteria. One, any position that is non-permanent or supplemental. Think of summer school positions, tutoring positions, those can continue to move forward. Any position in the exceptional education department, regardless of how it's funded, EXED is completely exempt from the hiring freeze. Any positions that are school-based from their school budgets, right? So they've been allocated. We've done all of the school budgeting for fiscal year 26. Those positions, teachers, what have you, are continuously being rolled out. Any classroom positions funded by central departments. So for example, you just had language acquisition present to you. They allocate positions out to schools for two-way dual language, for English language development. Those positions can continue to roll out to the schools that are coming from central departments. Any positions that were onboarded as of February 21st, I know, it's 8:45. Or with job offers from the March 1st job fair. So we had a job fair on March 1st. If they were given a golden ticket, they can continue to go through the onboarding process at that time. Now, going on to departmental budget cuts. So our goal for that is $3.4 million in permanent budget reductions. So departments were assigned either a 3 or 6% budget reduction only in non-DSEG M&O. Obviously, the DSEG M&O side, this is what we're going through right now. We didn't really want to give those departments a double whammy. We established 2 sets of criteria. So if a department's budget is 50% or more geared towards instruction, student support, or instructional support, there is receiving a 3% reduction. So those departments are contributing about $539,000 in cuts. Departments whose focus is general admin, school admin, central services, support, operations, or transportation, those cuts are 6%. So those departments together are contributing $2.8 million. So the vast majority of these cuts are coming from departments that are not focused on students or teachers. Now, 3 departments are exempted specifically. Again, exceptional ed, totally exempt from this cut. Risk management, 99.9% of the budget in risk management is to pay for the district's liability insurance. So any cut we won't be able to make because if that moves up, we got to pay. Otherwise, we risk losing our liability insurance. And utilities. 100% of the budget that we fund out of M&O goes in utilities, pays for utilities, everything from garbage to water to power. So we will continue to fund that at whatever level is necessary to continue to keep the lights on and the water running. Departments are going to submit all of their budget proposals by day after tomorrow, and we will be reviewing those for the 3% or 6% in whatever way those department leaders are looking to affect those cuts. Any questions? Now I'm really done.
Ms. Luna Rose. Thank you. On the 20th, what did you say?
21st.
21st. Okay. Question. So all current vacancy savings are frozen through June 30. I'm assuming that's concurrent with the fiscal?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So I guess you would have to come back after that to talk to us about potentially keeping those.
Right. So those savings are frozen now. They'll become part of carry forward, right? So we're not letting schools schools and departments essentially access those dollars to spend for anything else, right? Now, as part of the budgeting process, anything, if they want to fill a position or if they want to continue to make a position filled, they have to make it fit within their cut. So if they're being cut 6%, so for example, Martha's department in transportation, she's making those 26.7 FTE vacancy cuts. That's part of her 6% package, right? So she can fund other things as long as she meets the 6%. So we'll know as we start finalizing those budget proposals that departments are providing this week, we'll know essentially where their targets are. If they don't reach their target, they're having a conversation with me. We need to get to that $5 million. Our goal overall is to achieve $8.5 million in non-DSEG cuts.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thanks for the presentation and for the laugh. That was funny. I think a few board meetings ago, I suggested that we explore the furlough of central administration, maybe for like 2 weeks, just to see how much that would be. That's not in here, is it?
No, we are not pursuing a furlough. We can always look at furloughs if that's the direction the board wants to take. I don't recall what the number was, but I did provide that option in my March 4th presentation as to what a 1 or 2 day, but that would be a furlough district-wide, and it'd have to be on a non-school day. So that we don't interrupt instruction and don't lose ADM for a loss of a day.
Yeah, I'm thinking like summer for central administration, like the top dogs, as they say.
We can look at what that would be. It probably would run well under $500,000 though, so.
Okay, just to see the numbers.
Okay. We'll put those together.
Mr. Romero?
So you're talking about like utilities, and just kind of out of curiosity, you mentioned the utilities. With the amount of schools, I know utilities continue to go on up, but just out of curiosity, have we noticed electricity decrease in the schools that we've gotten new AC, more heating or more efficient units on?
Not yet, only because those units are just now starting to get warm. So that, we're coming out of winter rates and going into summer rates, which are the more expensive rates, or the less expensive rates. So we won't know exactly what that savings will look like. Even though we may be running more efficient, they're running longer, right? Because in the past, they just weren't working. Right, so there was a savings of like 100% because they weren't on. Well, now they're on. They may be more efficient, but they're on.
Now it costs us more money. Okay.
Yeah, so they're pulling power out of the grid. Unfortunately, even with the savings, the fact is that TP will raise their rates. So any savings we yield will offset. Same thing with water rates. We're not expecting power rates to go up, but we are expecting commercial water rates will continue to go up. We are expecting Southwest Gas to have rates go up. Unfortunately, with the water, particularly Tucson Water, we are not exempted from commercial rates. So what a for-profit business pays for commercial water, schools pay for water, and there is no exemption by Tucson Water for those. We would hope to see something like that, but that's across all utilities: gas, electric. Garbage a little bit different because we can negotiate with the garbage providers other than the city of Tucson.
So then we're just on this projection of how much we need to save, knowing that those utilities are going up. Because you always seem to prepare beforehand, had that cushion to expect these things.
we've already built about a 4% increase for next year in utilities. So we know that we're going to spend more on utilities, but the hope is that even though now that the ACs are actually on, they're still going to run a bit more efficiently, especially now that we're going to have HVAC controls that are going to be centrally managed versus some of these thermostats that are kind of literally hanging off the wall that are pretty old.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Next is item 6.3, approval to renew the intergovernmental agreement between Pima County, TUSD, and the PEEPS for a 3-year term.
Yes, President Ekstrom, board members, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Reem Kievit, our Director for Early Childhood Education and Community Schools Before and After School Programming. Just give a quick couple of talking points about just what the PEEPS partnership has meant for early childhood education access in the last 3 years and why we are passionate about this 3-year extension. Mrs. Kievit?
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Ekstrom, distinguished board members, Dr. Trujillo, and legal counsel. I am thrilled to share that Pima County has renewed their contract and funding with TUSD for PEEPS programming for another 3 years, starting this July 2025 through May 2028. Before asking for your vote to renew our contract, I wanted to share with you tonight the impact of county funding on preschool programming in our district. This targeted funding has been a game changer, not just for our students and families, but for our school system as a whole. Thanks to this funding, we've been able to open 10 new preschool classrooms across the district, serving a total of 180 new students with 18 per class. These classrooms were strategically placed in communities with high concentrations, of low-income families, ensuring that children who need high-quality early education the most have the opportunity to access it. This expansion directly aligns with our district's mission to promote equity and eliminate barriers to learning. Each classroom is staffed with an early childhood certified teacher, 2 teaching assistants, giving us 1-to-6 adult-to-child ratio. This is not just a staffing win. This is a learning win. With 3 adults in every room, we're able to provide developmentally appropriate instruction, nurture meaningful relationships, and offer individualized support for every child. That level of personal attention is critical in these early years. One of the most powerful outcomes of this funding is our ability to identify and respond to developmental needs early. Because these students are seen daily by trained professionals, we are catching speech delays, cognitive delays, and behavioral challenges. Children are being referred for evaluations and receiving services before they enter kinder, which makes a tremendous difference in their developmental trajectory. Each early intervention doesn't just benefit the child, it also reduces the intensity and cost of supports required later in their academic careers. Another key impact is social-emotional growth. Our classrooms use evidence-based approaches to build emotional literacy, self-regulation, and positive peer relationships. Students are learning how to manage big feelings, resolve conflicts, and thrive in group settings, all skills that are essential for kinder readiness and future success. This is especially critical for children who've experienced trauma or instability. Our classrooms offer a consistent, nurturing environment where they feel safe, valued, and ready to learn. Beyond these classrooms, these programs are entry points for family engagement and broader support services. Through our amazing district, we offer developmental screenings, health and nutrition resources, parent education workshops, and referrals to community services. Families are not only just participating, they're partnering with us. That partnership lays the foundation for sustained involvement throughout their child's school years. This is about more than school readiness. This funding allows us to interrupt generational cycles of poverty, promote equity, and invest in our children where it matters most, before the gap widens. Our county's investment in early ed has proven to be strategic and a community building initiative. It's lifting up children, empowering families, and strengthening our schools. In addition to academic and social emotional gains, our preschools are also playing a critical role in student recruitment and retention in our district. We are seeing that the majority of children enrolled in our county-funded early childhood classrooms remain in our school district for kinder. In fact, for many families, this is their first intro to our school community, and it's a powerful one. When families experience warm, welcoming classrooms, trusting relationships with teachers, access to resource and support, and high-quality instruction for their child, they are more likely to stay engaged and enrolled with us long-term. We are incredibly grateful for the support, and we are proud of the impact we've made together so far. But we also know that the need is greater than the reach. As we move forward, we hope to continue expanding these opportunities and deepening our family supports. Thank you for your ongoing leadership and partnership in ensuring that every child, regardless of zip code or family income, gets the strong start that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, I will move the item.
Second. I will second.
A motion has been made by myself, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Next, we're going to move to 7.1, the approval of the intergovernmental agreement addendum extension between Tucson Unified School District and Pima County Juvenile Court Center. Thank you for being so patient.
Yes, I'd like to welcome our guests from the Pima County Juvenile Court Center, as well as our Senior Director for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, Mr. Cameron Terravati. Talk about this agreement, which is going to focus on some opportunities for our students that find themselves not making the best decisions. Mr. Terravati.
Thank you. Good evening, Board and Madam President and Dr. Trujillo and Council. With me this evening are two incredible individuals. Nandi Mohammed, who is the Court System Improvement Manager, is behind me, as well as Jennifer Torsha, who's the Director of Juvenile Court Services. So just to give you a broad overview of ultimately what this intergovernmental agreement is about, it's a data sharing agreement. So it allows juvenile courts to provide us with just a master list of students. That gives us the ability to provide targeted information to schools and communities that have and house and serve these court-referred students. That allows just communication to seam and flow endlessly between probation officers and site principals. That's absolutely critical because often what some students need to be successful is just juvenile courts and probation officers and site leadership teams to come together to identify those specific interventions, those specific just services that these particular students need. Additionally, the ultimate goal of this is to just really improve educational outcomes for court-referred kids. So our objectives are as follows. Of course, to provide appropriate programs and services in an effort to intervene, right? You're going to see that language a lot this evening, as well as provide appropriate programs and services to deter at-risk students just along their journey. And finally, and most importantly, to just mitigate recidivism. So our commitments, just as a school district, are absolutely grounded in the engagement of probation officers to to, again, really work together to provide appropriate supports for kids that are court referred, and to make sure that we're continuously communicating with families to provide opportunities and options to remove barriers that families may need to access some of those same programs. And again, we're continuing to look at this IGA through the lens of support. That is absolutely critical in this IGA, and really helping to just reduce recidivism. Just when we think about this through an operational lens, in other words, what does this mean on a day-to-day basis, right? Or a month-to-month basis? We in TUSD, we get a list. I get a list from Ms. Nandi Mohammed, and it's a master list of all of our court-referred students. I, in turn, provide each respective principal that has court-referred students on their campuses a list of probation officers that they can contact with a little informational blurb to say, hey, please reach out to these probation officers. This is their necessary contact information. Please work together to provide the necessary supports for court-referred kids. Additionally, we have just launched and started a mentorship program at one of our targeted schools that we're very proud of. We're hoping that it will result in some critical work. And we've also contracted a local nonprofit to communicate with all of our families, independent of the sites, to allow families to know about upcoming events, mentorship programs, community support services, behavioral health services, etc. There are things that we need to improve, right? I'm going to just admit that openly and honestly. And the number one thing I think we need to improve is just the programmatic, the tracking of programmatic efficacy. And what we mean by that is we have a lot of just community service providers. I'm certain many of them come here and speak to all, you know a lot of them, and they're all doing great work. But what we don't really have data on is how good they are with serving specific needs. For example, we need to know who the experts in the community are in regards to substance abuse prevention. We need to know who the experts in the community are in regards to youth behavioral health, because there's a difference, right? We need to know who the experts are in mentorship. Who are the experts in the community with helping students get to college? Who are the experts in the community to help students just graduate from high school? So ultimately, it's bringing all of those community stakeholders together that are ultimately in the nonprofit world and kind of working out and fleshing out some of those details. It's also aligning community resources to these very specific individualized needs that court-referred students have. So if I were to bring up just a median profile, if you can think of that, of a court-referred student, often court-referred students are credit deficient. Often they receive Fs on the report card. Often they have high rates of absenteeism or chronic absenteeism. So we have to kind of figure out the root cause. And then we also have to identify and provide support to each one of those those risk factors, right? So, and then finally, and most importantly, looking at all of this work through the lens of prevention, right? How do we prevent a young person from making a decision to begin with that's risky in nature that might land them in a place where they're court referred? I want to end on this and then open it up to questions, is just what recidivism looks like. And ultimately, there's 3 data points, and this is research from the Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections. And ultimately, you see a 12-month, a 24-month, and a 36-month. Basically, this is telling you is recidivism is high, right? And what we also know is those young people that are court referred as youth often are also court referred as adults, right? So we're working to intervene with this subgroup as best as we can. We know we have some gaps, especially in terms of just assessing the efficacy of programmatic services that are available in the community. Knowing that we also, and I think you can all appreciate this, are operating in a space where many of these service providers are losing grants and losing funding because of what's happening at the federal level, right? So we're navigating a lot of things, but I think we have incredible principals, incredible individuals in our community, just a strong commitment from the district to the courts, where I think we can really do some incredible things with this population. So I'll take questions.
Questions, governing board members? Ms. Shaw, then Ms. Luna Rose.
Thanks for your presentation. So we had this come before us like last year, right?
Yes.
Something similar.
It was
Okay.
approved. Yep.
And then I know there's like a slide with data. Is one of these data points like relevant to the year that we already had this IGA going? Like I see fiscal year 2023. So are these numbers like, was there any improvement basically with this?
Yeah, so those data points are looking at Arizona at large. We can also narrow that down to county statistics, but I do not have that information with me this evening. And definitely, it's almost a little bit of a struggle, because when we think about young people that are court referred, they're often kind of in and out of system. And I'm going to look to my team here to say, do you want to add anything to that at all? Jennifer Torser, she's the Director of Juvenile Court Services.
So when you're talking about our kids, they are moving within and out of our system. Luckily, to kind of address your question specifically, our referral numbers have improved in Pima County. They have dropped. Again, we can happily get you that information. But it's a very dynamic process for these kids, and really trying to keep them engaged in education is one of the strongest impacts on recidivism. So for us, really trying to focus on how we can work with the districts in general to just really focus on kids' education is very important. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, I think you did. Thank you for that. And so for the students who are court referred, are they typically suspended, expelled? Are they in like the alternative district? Like
it's all the above.
All of the above?
Yeah.
All of the above. So basically what it is if a youth is referred to juvenile court, they identify what school they're attending. So the referral, or as you would call it, the arrest, could be for almost anything. It could be for shoplifting, could be for any type of offense, but they have identified that they attend a TUSD school. And then what we do is we provide that information to Mr. Taravati, and then he uses his magic on his end and speaks with his staff to determine if those students are displaying chronic absenteeism, having failing grades, and those types of identifiers, to then provide those supports to those students.
Okay, so if a student who's in the system, if they're going to remain in our district, then the school site would have to provide them with coursework to continue on with their education, or is it just like absenteeism, things that they've their whole like school history, or is it both?
So absolutely. So every student that's court referred that is a TUSD student is absolutely entitled to a free and appropriate education. So we provide them, they're just any student that could go to a school, right? And so absolutely we provide, tier 1 instruction, we provide interventions, we provide MTSS, we provide all those things that any student might be eligible to receive. Some students that are court referred have IEPs, some do not. If we're thinking about them though, and I think this is, that's a really good question, and I just want to make a point that I think is salient. If we're thinking about like the profile, right, of a court referred student, so we pull data a couple times a year on all of our court referred students, utilizing tools and from our SIS, or our student information system. And ultimately what we find in that profile, it's on average, a student that is court referred will have a GPA of about a little over 1.0. Right? On average, we see 2 or more Fs. On average, we see chronic absenteeism, right? Is that true for every student? Absolutely not, right? Because one of the things I think I want to be cautious of, and I would caution the board, is, there are students that just made a mistake and got in trouble. And they're the straight A student, they're doing great. That absolutely happens. And so, but is that the norm? Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you. And then last question for both of you. When Mr. Taravati said that when a student gets court referred, the school site will then be provided with a list of like the probation officers relevant to the student. Are our school sites following up with the probation officers to provide all the information needed in a timely manner?
I don't know about the timely manner, but they are responding and they are having communication in order to provide those supports, as Mr. Tarv already mentioned. So it is happening.
In a timely manner?
I mean, a timely manner.
Like within like a reasonable time?
Oh, yes, definitely.
It's reasonable?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Taravati, thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely.
My question is, because I kind of have the same thoughts as Ms. Shaw. Is there a way that maybe in, 6 months from now, instead of coming back for another year when we do another extension, kind of just a presentation on where we are with some of those numbers? I think, especially since this will be the second year that we have hopefully approved this evening, I think that would be helpful to the board.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder, I think tonight, and Dr. Trujillo, please correct me, I think this is just an informational item for now, correct?
No, it's
study action.
It's a study action.
Okay. So fantastic. Then yes, I think is the great answer to your question. So I think definitely we do need time to capture a little bit more information and a little bit of time to kind of identify what's working, what's not. Are those conversations happening in a timely manner, and how can we advocate for that timeliness in case that it might not be happening? The one thing I think is absolutely critical that the board knows, on top of this is a lot of these meetings and a lot of this communication has been happening naturally through the county attorney's office for years, right? So the county attorney's office has what's called SMART meetings with our high schools, and they look at students and sometimes some of our middle schools as well, and they kind of do, I'll just say, a walkthrough of all students that are court referred, and they talk through supports and they talk through scenarios that really support students with appropriate just community-based interventions, we call that CBI, that a student might need, right? And so this is really, in some regards, kind of a formality to really memorialize our partnership, our relationship as a district with the Pima County Juvenile Courts, because this has been happening, continues to happen, and it's just part of the TUSD footprint and partnership with the county. But to answer your question, Ms. Luna Rose, absolutely we can make that happen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
And I just want to mention, you said you're at times struggling to find nonprofits or just stakeholders to, help out with this task. Ms. Ekstrom and I were talking about how fabulous her family's Las Artes program is and how effective it is. And I wonder if that program might be a partner for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I don't often talk about this, but I worked in the world of prevention for 10 years, and I worked in alternative education for 10 years, and I learned a lot. And in that space, one of the things I can inherently say is what motivates a young person, it could be arts, it could be music, it could be behavioral health, it could be any sort of just youth engagement. And I think we have to remember that youth have such individualized needs, right? And it's a matter of just identifying that exact resource. And sometimes that's arts, right? For some kids, it's the Eon Lounge, right? For some kids, it's a mentoring program like Pima Prevention Partnership does that through juvenile courts and outside of juvenile courts. For some kids, it's higher ground. It's truly going through the list of resources in the community and just making sure that we find that right match. The thing that I would an ask that I might leave you with is just to advocate in a place of our community partners can't afford to lose any more money. They're federally funded also, just like we are. And so I think it's an important and salient point to remind us all that, many of our community partners are struggling in that space too. And so it's not just us, it's everybody, but our students feel that pain.
Well, thank you all for your work on this, and I'll move the item.
Mr. Romero?
Real quick, you identified areas where needs to be improved.
For sure.
Do we have, or you get, as a team, a strategy on how we're going to focus on these areas to improve them?
Yeah, so the quick answer to your question is it's in progress, right? We're working on it. And so the difficulty is we have about 270 students that are court referred. And so when we think about a data pull on that, we're looking at a lot of different things. So multiple quarters worth of like absenteeism data, multiple quarters worth of credit attainment or just ultimately grades, address, contact information. We look at discipline data, we look at all of those factors. So I think we need to do a better job of figuring out a structure to pull that data in real time, right? That's truly a massive lift. But I think we can create a system that maybe not allows us to pull in real time, but with greater frequency. That will allow us to assess programmatic efficacy, but that's just going to take time. But that's a wonderful question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Yeah.
Well, then I look forward to seeing your progress as you guys move forward.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll second Ms. Shaw's motion. So a motion was made by Ms. Shaw, seconded by myself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here at such a late hour. Next, we'll move on to 6.4, approval of contracts for Education Leaders, Inc., ELI, employees of the Tucson Unified School District for year 25-26 school year.
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board. I'd like to turn things over to our Chief Human Capital Officer for the presentation of contracts for Eli. I know we think principals and assistant principals, but Eli also represents our research project managers and our psychologists as well as part of their bargaining unit work. Mr. Fernandez?
Right, good evening, Madam President and board members. Again, before you today is this time of year to extend contracts to our Education Leaders, Inc. Members, which again, as Dr. Trujillo said, today, these are contracts for 80 principals, 39 assistant principals, 27 school psychologists, and 4 research project managers. So with your consideration and approval tonight, we will be able to extend those contracts for the coming school year. Those who receive contracts will have 30 days to respond and sign up for service for the coming year. So we look forward to your consideration.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. So I got many messages of concern about this item, that there was like no attachment. And typically, I believe we do have an attachment for items like this. Could you talk about that?
Well, we do provide them for review in executive session, as it doesn't involve personnel matters. I think this information is available to the public should they make that request. I guess the sensitive matter is that there are, when we go to this time of the year, there are those who are being renewed and those who are who perhaps may not be renewed for the coming year. And I guess in presenting it to you, we try to not to highlight those facts for the personnel involved, because again, it really is a matter of renewal or non-renewal of the contract and not having anything to do with their performance or conduct or so forth. So it is a personnel matter that we leave to you for your review, and then your approval will allow us just to execute the agreement distribution.
Right. Well, I think there's other items that show staff that it's public information, and so I believe in the past that this was public information, and so I think we should keep it as it is so the community can review such things. And then Ms. Fox brought up a good point during call to the audience that the attachment, I'm seeing their staff's school site, but to have more information for us as a board to vote on when renewing these contracts, such as, the years they've served in the school, the proficiency rates, and also maybe just a link to their school quality survey, I think would be helpful so that we can make sure that, the leadership is high quality at every school site.
All right, your request is noted. So, and yeah, this is typically how I've been here for the last couple of years. So, we're happy to review the practice as you've indicated.
Mr. Romero.
So what is the criteria of renewals and non-renewals?
Dr. Trujillo.
With the Eli administrators, they're operating under the principal and assistant principal evaluation instrument. The final piece of which, of course, is when the school accountability information does come in a little bit later on in spring. Typically, if an administrator is in good standing per the evaluation instrument, then they are recommended for non-renewal, or they're recommended for renewal. Administrators that are not, of course, are recommended for non-renewal, placed on improvement plans to see if they'll improve, or sometimes get reassigned into a position that they might have been previously successful in.
And are there certain items where on this evaluation instrument that are like the red flags of why they get put on this non-renewal or re-put back into different areas?
Yes, the evaluation instrument, of course, is available to the board in executive session. We certainly don't make that information available on a public document for reasons of personnel confidentiality, but the board can request any employee's evaluation for review in executive session. We, of course, would just have to notice the particular employee that they were being discussed.
And when does that process take place?
Board members at any time can recommend that a particular employee's information can be reviewed in executive session. There are multiple opportunities throughout the year to make the request and to get something scheduled in executive session.
And is this evaluation instrument ongoing, or is it just kind of one time during a year?
It features a pre-conference at the beginning of the year where goals are set with the principal by the regional assistant superintendent. Priorities and focus areas for the year are established. Then there's a mid-year review to do a progress report on how those goals and expectations have been going so far. And then, of course, there's the end-of-year summative conference that usually is wrapped up prior to the recommendation to the governing board for contract renewal.
Fantastic. I learned something new today. Thank you very much, Dr. Trio.
Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the evaluation instrument as well, because, I am also still learning, and this is not something that we typically see in exec when we're renewing contracts. And so I do think to just see a chart, like how I'm looking at it now, the attachment that we're privy to, having more information so that, we can see positives or negatives and areas of growth. I've also pretty much every year had staff at many different school sites reach out to me requesting an evaluation of their leadership, being able to, provide feedback. And I don't know if that's something, I don't think it's happening at this point, but it might be something that we can explore in the future, just so we can, get the most information, and the regionals also can address issues as they arise.
Dr. Shaw.
I'll move the item tonight.
I'll second. The item has been moved by Dr. Shaw, seconded by myself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, the motion passes 4-0 with one abstention. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is the approval to appoint 3 new candidates to serve on the TUSD School District Alternative Education Advisory Committee.
Yes, President Extra, members of the governing board. I'd like to turn it over to our governing board liaison for the Alternative Education Committee to formally make the recommendation to the board. I'll turn it over to Board Member Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. So the committee met last month and reviewed the 3 candidates that you see on this item: Brenda Bowler, Felicia Chu, and Paulette Mohammed. I'm going to read a short statement on behalf of the chair, Gabriel Garcia, who couldn't be here tonight. Dear governing board members, on behalf of the Alternative Education Advisory Committee, I am pleased to recommend the following candidates for your approval to join our committee: Brenda Bowler, Social Studies teacher, TUSD staff; Felicia Chu, MTSS facilitator, TUSD staff; and Paulette Mohammed, MTSS facilitator, TUSD staff. Our committee has evaluated these candidates and determined that they possess the requisite qualifications and extensive experience to enhance the broader representation of our community on our committee. We hope their contributions will enable us to provide more comprehensive oversight and guidance to the district's alternative education programs. Due to additional vacancies, we welcome additional well-qualified candidates, including community members, parents, and potentially even a student to also apply. We understand diverse perspectives will only strengthen our commitment to providing meaningful oversight and support our students, and the support our students deserve. Very respectfully, Gabriel Garcia, AEAC Chairman. And with that, I'll move the item.
Second.
The item's been moved by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Mr. Romero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 6.6, Governing Board Policy, AC, non-discrimination, second read. ACB. Mr. Ross, Dr. Trujillo.
Turn it over to Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Thank you, President Ekstrom. So this is a second read on policy AC, which is the district's general non-discrimination policy. And as we discussed at the first read back in February, this specifically clarifies that discrimination is prohibited, adding to the other list of prohibited discrimination on the basis of current or former immigration status. We did make sure there's a carve out for the employment obligations that the district has under federal law to look into immigration status for employment purposes, but you'll see in several spots where the protected classes we're adding current or former immigration status in policy AC. This is a second read. There were no comments on this policy.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
The item's been moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 6.7 is Governing Board Policy JB, Equal Educational Opportunities and Anti-Harassment. Second read. Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Similarly, in the same vein, this policy regarding educational opportunities for students is also adding current or former immigration status as a prohibited discrimination for employment access to educational opportunities for students. Again, this was posted back in February, and no comments have been received from the public.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
The item's been moved by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by Dr. Shaw. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item 7.2 is the approval of fiscal year capital budget projects budget. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Human Resources Officer, I'm sorry, Chief Financial Officer, I was just thinking of John, previous item, to go through our proposed capital package for the upcoming school year. With so much talk of the bond, I think the general public, sometimes we forget that we actually have a capital budget. And when all of our expenses are accounted for, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 million that we have to be able to invest and meet the needs of what I call our big three: facilities, curriculum and instruction, and of course, information technology services. So here to walk us through how we plan to divvy up the package and what we'd like to propose to the board is Ricky Hernandez.
Good evening again. So, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, this is our capital budget review presentation for fiscal year 26. No, Gene. Technical failure.
I guess you're done.
Is it,
Nice try.
Is it operator error?
No. So this is so just starting off with, this is the projection for unrestricted capital outlay for next year. We are not expecting any increase in the projected per pupil funding from the state. I've laid out what the current funding amounts are for the different levels that we receive: pre-K for students with disabilities, K through 8, high schools, and then an amount for high school textbooks. We are expecting a reduction of about $1.6 million in the capital outlay budget. It's a result of 3 specific things. So the FY25 one-time fund loss, we're expected to receive just about $994,000 as one-time funding from the state. This was in lieu of an annual increase of 2% to capital that, unfortunately, because of the state's $1.2 billion deficit this fiscal year, they turned it from an ongoing increase to a one-time fund. So we'll receive this one-time allocation, and we are not expected to receive any inflationary increases probably for the next 2 to 3 fiscal years. Obviously, our student enrollment loss contributes to a loss of funding just about $596,000. And we also, we earn interest on our capital funding. That becomes part of our budget. Interest is, as the Fed has reduced interest rates, we are losing interest revenue about $18,000. So on the right side, you can see that we're expecting to actually have about a $30 million capital budget. However, we transfer about $10 million of that to shore up M&O. So really, we end up with about $20.1 million in true capital funding available for actual capital expenditures outside, obviously, of our bond program. So these are the recommendations. You can see that across these various departments, I call them the big 5 versus the 3. They requested $26.8 million. We obviously approved $20.1 million. These were reviewed across, various factors, and you can see that we also built the contingency. This is 2% contingency that we've built. It's about $402,000, which is required under board policy. And just to kind of go through all of the different ones, starting with curriculum and instruction, they're being recommended for approval for 3 new adoptions: a K-5 literacy adoption, secondary social studies adoption, and a high school math adoption. My understanding is that the social studies adoption is pretty old. 2005 old is my understanding. So this investment will be paid over 5 years in order for us to move forward with these 3 adoptions. This will get curriculum and instruction back on their time track to actually perform these adoptions. There are various instructional aids, software pieces that are integral part of the curriculum, and other textbooks that are part of refreshes that they do, excluding the items that are presented above. But this will actually modernize the vast majority of our major adoptions for the school district, which is a huge win for us. In facilities management, the installation of coolers, ACs, and cooling equipment at various facilities that are not bond eligible. So you can see that most of these, with the exception of the BRICTA Infant and Early Learning Center, are all within our facilities departments, our shops where most of our staff are located, in facilities and transportation, and then the BRICTA IELC and their multipurpose room AC also. There's a lease in there. This is part of the lease with JTED for Innovation Tech in the space that we have above, out there. Equipment to manage facilities and a software piece to manage their work orders as well. Project management, they have several infrastructure investments. These are above and beyond adjacent ways projects that we will bring to you in the summer as part of the budget adoption. But you can see that there are 5 infrastructure investments. These are smaller items that are outside, again, of the bond program, which is taking care of the major infrastructure investments, in addition to engineering projects that will roll over from fiscal year 25. One of the largest ones being the renovation of Borman on the base, software to manage their project management, and obviously some hardware for some iPads that they need for their new project managers. Technology investments, the biggest one for them is phone hardware upgrades at 8 schools. So there is a rollout of actual hardware for phones, landlines, believe it or not, across our schools. And then there are $5 million in software, which is the largest component in technology services. These are just a sampling of some of those licenses. These are not exhaustive. There are several licenses that we pay for, both that support schools, but also support departments. I've provided you just some of the biggest ones: our student information system, Microsoft 365, time clocks, and our ERP system. Those alone are well over $2 million just together. But if you would like to see a listing of the other ones, I'm happy to provide those as well. So the recommendation here is for approval of the capital budget across all of these departments, totaling $20.1 million. Any questions?
Mr. Romero.
So going back to facilities management investments over there, I see coolers and AC units, cooling equipment, et cetera. Are any of these departments here going to be moved to the new TEP building?
No. Okay. These are all staying at the Winsett facility.
Fantastic. Also on, let's see, you had mentioned something in here for Whitmore for security. What do we have going in for that?
So my understanding is there's an annex for school safety at the Whitmore campus. And so this is just an improvement, a renovation of that specific facility. It's not the Whitmore school itself. So this is just renovations for school safety, who has a kind of a co-location at the Whitmore Elementary School.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. For the same slide, did the Duffy Clothing Bank get taken care of as far as their cooling system? And like, if not, is there any way we can fund that with this capital?
I will have to find out for you on that one. I believe they did, but let me confirm that for you, and I'll follow up with you on Duffy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know they've been waiting for quite a while. Yeah, so this is, you said this is all schools that wouldn't be necessarily taken care of with the bond?
Yeah, these are minimal, like it says, eye wash stations, pedestrian bridge, small kind of projects.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'll move the item.
I will second.
The item's been moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7.3, Dr. Trio.
Yes, item number 7.3, I'd like to welcome Carla Carla Escamilla, our Director for Communications, give an overview of our enrollment, marketing, and recruitment update and our continuing work with KSA K-12. And I would be remiss to say, on behalf of math and social studies teachers, they are jumping for joy. This is the first time they're going to get new textbooks in I don't even know how long. So thank you very much, Governing Board, for that vote. Ms. Escamilla.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. My goodness.
It's okay. Just
All
go.
right.
Just go.
Okay.
You're
so,
good.
Thank you for the time to present. I have with me over on Zoom Mr. Brian Stevens. He's the CEO of KSA K-12. The campaign that we are running right now in the district is to promote student enrollment and retention and raise awareness of the TUSD school programs and high achieving schools to a wider audience. We have started this campaign back in March, and in the activity that we have seen in the website to show us the engagement engagement of people. We have seen 25% increase of school site visits. Our average school tour appointments have gone from 40 to 60%, and we continue to also see an activity going into our enrollment page. Next, please. The promotional targets that we're doing is kinder, middle school, and high school. The reason that we chose these three groups is because from last year we saw a very huge decrease in our enrollment on these three groups, especially in high school. 9th grade has always been our kind of like our saving grace. In this last year, we saw a decrease of 9th graders coming to our school, so we're really focusing on trying to get to those families and promote what our high schools are offering. And then for our 5th and 6th graders for middle school and kinder to start their education with TUSD. We're also doing a lot of specific TUSD Unified programs, specifically for ALE, CTE, Magnet, Dual Language, and OMA Gold. And we just started a specific school for all our A-rated schools. We have divided them in 3 different groups on the East Side, Central, and West Side. The media platforms that we have chosen is video streaming, radio, digital ads, social media, mailers, paid Google search, and broadcast TV. And this is one of the new things that we brought back this year because we saw the engagement of people. Additional initiatives that we're doing in-house are social media, parent link messages. We have been promoting open houses for our 8th graders going into 9th grade and our 5th and 6th graders going into middle school. We facilitate the open house announcements for all the schools that requested through our office. We also are including all the information in the Know with TUSD newsletter that goes out to families every 2 weeks. And we continue to update the website on a daily basis and the individual school advertising through our mediums. The reasons that we chose how to engage with our families, we use the Arizona Media Association data and what are the ways that our families are looking into media and how they learn about new products. So local TV continues to be the biggest one. Daily, an average family watches regular TV 3 hours and 22 minutes a day. This is something that we kind of left out last year, but after seeing this data, we decided to go back to that. And then streaming video, and then if you see the third one is local radio, AM and FM. So we left kind of like the audio streaming out, and we're focusing on that, especially on our families that are bilingual and Spanish speakers. The weekly social media usage in Arizona consumers, also by the Arizona Media Association, continue to be YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as the top 3 mediums that families are using. And those are the 3 top ways that we do our in-house advertising. And where do Arizona consumers learn about new products? We see again is TV commercials and local radio. So with this, I want to go into the enrollment recruitment that CASA K-12 did for us in school year 24-25, and what we're looking to engage with them again in school year 25-26. I will go straight to the introduction. So TUSD in 2024, last year around July, we engaged with CASA K-12 to conduct an enrollment recruiting campaign. And this was supplemental what we were already doing in-house in our marketing efforts. And we were trying to target families who had previously left the district in the previous 2 years. They left for any other reason, like a charter school, a private school, homeschool, or any other reason that they had. So we pulled out that data and we gave that information to the representatives of CASA K-12, and they were able to do their efforts. So based on the early success that CASA K-12 was doing with that campaign, then we asked them to add another tier to the contract for 24-25, and that was the no-shows. So following the district 10-day drop, we provided the data of those students that did not show up for school in the first 10 days, and they were able to engage with them and bring them back. So the results that we got for engagement in the 24-25 campaign resulted in a total of 103 students that returned back to TUSD. 61 students re-enrolled. They had left the district for another school. They contacted those families and they brought back 61 students that had left TUSD. 42 students from the 103 students were students that had enrolled in TUSD, but they didn't show up in the first 10 days. And this is how it looks in numbers. So the student retention campaign cost $30,000. Then, so for an average of for a cost of 103 students, we paid $780 per student to CASA for a total of $143,000. But the revenue for TUSD was $356,985. So what are we looking for this next school year? The benefit that we have right now is that we can start immediately tomorrow with your approval. The proposal is to engage in a district-wide recruitment campaign, and KCR K-12 has offered to waive the engagement setup fee of $24,500 if we go ahead today approving this campaign. The total fee per student will continue to be $780, but there's a condition to this. We don't pay unless the student comes back thanks to the efforts of KCR K-12, and they have to stay with the district until the 40th day of school. So we basically do not pay any money unless we have the students returning to us. So the total cost of the district to connect that revenue will not be known until after the 40th days of school. So what we are looking into is expecting to have CASIA bring back 350 students. If we get to that mark, we will have to pay CASIA $273,000 for the price of $780 per student coming back and waiving the $25,500 fee. The district will revenue $1,477,000. So what are we asking? What are the next steps? We're asking you, the governing board, to approve to spend above $250,000 for the KCR K-12 contract. But I want to clarify that none of the money will be paid if we don't have a student coming back. We, TUSD team, will provide KCR 12 all the needed data that they need to launch the recruitment campaign, and we will keep track of every single student that enrolls due to the efforts of KCR K-12 to do the campaign. And we will continue to verify every single student up to the 40th day of school. And that's when we will have to do the payment. And that's it. I'll open it for questions. And we do have Brian Stevens on Zoom for any questions. And then I have support staff here as well.
Ms. Luna Rose. Okay. Hi, Mrs. Camille.
Hi.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sticking with us at a late hour. So two things. One, on the first half of the presentation, I really appreciate, it's kind of my bread and butter, so I appreciate the breakdown. I just wanted to make a comment. I find it interesting about, and I can imagine our parents, you know, the top three, the YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram is where they're going to get their information. And they're going to the district,
to the website,
right? To the website and to the district's social media, and then you kind of start seeing it drop it off. I mean, I'm on TikTok because I have to follow my kid, but everything after that, like, I'm not on. So I appreciate the breakdown. It kind of gives a better view of what we're doing. Surprised that local TV is still kind of.
It was very surprising.
Yeah, that really surprises me quite a bit. But so I want to say thank you for that, and thank you for the breakdown. My question concerning, is it CASIA?
CASA.
Is, well, I like the numbers of how many students have come back. And maybe you can provide that for us at some other point, a breakdown of where the students came back to. Which schools?
What schools?
Yeah, to see where that 103, you know, was it mostly K-5? Was it K-8? Did they come back to high school? So I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Christina's telling me that is a variety. It is from all over the district, from all the grades, but I'm sure we can pull out a list.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shaw and then Mr. Romero.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
And to piggyback off of Ms. Luna Rose's question, do we also have the data that pertains to why students have left the district?
Yes, they did perform a survey, correct? And they had the top 2 reasons that they come up with because of that survey was number 1, customer service, and number 2, transportation services.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I hope we use all the data that we gather to help improve our district so we don't lose so many students.
Yes.
So first of all, your hair looks nice today.
Thank you.
Also, so in the beginning, you had mentioned the more school visits are occurring now. Were there certain areas, were there certain schools that were being targeted with more visits? Do we know?
We do have the list that I can print out and provide for you. I don't have it in front of me. It is district wide. It is very enlightening to see that some of the schools that we would consider the most quiet schools get a lot of tours, and we've been we have been very surprised about that.
And then have you also noticed, because you mentioned the specific programs we have in TUSD, ALE, CT, Magnet, Dual Language, OMA do we see, again, those schools being targeted a little bit more because of those programs?
Yes, definitely. And one of the big jumps that we saw was the dual language schools. We started a big campaign for them, including radio, TV, digital advertising, and the last 2 weeks had probably doubled the number of tours that have been scheduled for dual language schools.
Okay, and then now going on to case of K-12. So for last year with 103 students returned, and then looking into the future, for an example, 350 students returned. Now, is this a goal or is this a random number that was thrown in there? How do we go choose 350 to be put on this slide?
That is a projection that we have. So that is what that's our goal. Our goal is that KCA K-12 can bring 350. Since we started last year, we started in July. This year we're starting hopefully tomorrow. Is giving us a couple of months more leeway. So the capability of getting to 350 is very possible.
Okay, that also answered another question, the time frame that you had, so you got more time to do that over here. Now, was this goal set between CASA K-12 and your department?
Yes.
And what's the reasoning you think this is possible, other than the extended time?
I will bring it over to Mr. Brian Stevens, who's on Zoom, and with his expertise, he'll be able to answer that question better than me.
Hey, thanks everybody, and thanks for having us again. We like to start as early in the year as practical, and obviously a lot of districts are starting to come on in April. Some start as early as January. But what we look at and determine the number is the potential number of students that are not currently in your district but live within your boundaries. And it is a copious process of looking at all the students you've lost over the years and all the students that are not going to school or going to competitive schools in the area, and that's how we extrapolate kind of about a 5 to 8% of that number is what we typically have recruited from. And so that's based on about 9 years of doing this across the nation. So 350, 250 for the recruit, about 100 for the no-show is very practical. And after listening to all the needs that are going on with the budget issues, the needs are so great. We want to recruit as many students as possible, so we increase your budget. But yet, 350 is a practical goal.
I mean, it could be more.
So well,
it is interesting. We took on Orange County, Florida recently, and there's no cap. It's a much larger area, but we'll probably end up recruiting 1,000 to 2,000 for that area. And it's all just based on the data. And this is our first full year going for you. So the hope is that it's 350 this year and then more next year as we refine the targeting. And I'm happy to nerd out with anyone that wants to get into how we get that data down the road. But it's a midnight here, and it's probably a little late for you too. So I'll hold off, and I'll come out and see if you want to dig into the data with me.
Fantastic. So there is a kind of an equation to get to this number. So what?
No, it is not. It's not random at all. It's a 250 is a round number, of course. I think that Adrian and his team and Imadella plotted out that it was about 276. So we round those numbers out to make it easy.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I wonder if we can use CASA to target the 3,000 students who are chronically absent in the hopes that we can get them back into the classroom and increase our average daily membership.
I'm sure we can provide that data for CASA, and they can do that job.
Okay, and for Brian, have you done that for other school districts and been successful?
Yeah, it's a newer service. We added it, I think it was 2.5 years ago as a request from many of our districts using the same kind of CRM system that we use now. And we've gotten really good results for that also. And it's important to have them show up to school so you can teach them, right? And so happy to talk with you all about that. You've been a longtime partner going all the way back to COVID. And so that's why we've got a reduced rate for you and cutting off the setup fee and everything like that. So we would love to help you with chronic absenteeism. That is another critical component of our increasing and stabilizing student enrollment. So your budgets go up, not down. That's our main focus.
Okay, great. So I imagine we'd have to add that to the motion then, or can we just provide direction that I don't know if there's any interest from the other board members on that.
We are supposed to have an agenda item regarding absenteeism. Could we have them come back and make a presentation during that time?
That's currently scheduled for the May 13th meeting, the absenteeism study session. But I would suggest approval today as is for CASA K-12, and then we can add, if you want to wait, we can add the truancy piece, because we're going to have a lot of really good data there on the differences between tardiness, truancy, and chronic absenteeism.
Does that work?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, we're almost at the end of the school year anyway, so yeah, I would love to learn more about that. Thank you.
I have a question. Do we target or ask families why they're leaving a specific school? Because we do see a drop in, like the top 10 schools. Do we ask why? Or do we just not care if they're moving to another TUSD school?
Brian, do you have questions?
We have not done an exit survey for your district yet. We do offer that as an exit survey to determine why they left. I would say at this point, though, the raw data that we collect from parents, and we collect a lot of raw data and we provide that to you. Last year, of course, it was a shortened time period, so the data wasn't as vigorous. An exit survey is always very important, and that's something you would conduct during the summertime. Or at the beginning of the fall semester when certain people don't show up, so you can learn from that. But I don't think we've done an exit survey on your team. We do find out when we're recruiting, if they won't come back, we do ask them why, and we give you that raw data also. So when we're acquiring data, it's, hey, thank you for coming back. What's the reason why you came back? And then what's the reason why you're not choosing to come back? And that's a little bit different than a traditional exit survey, if that makes sense. But we haven't done a traditional exit survey for you yet.
I guess my question is for a specific school. Yes, Dr. Chu.
Your enrollment ambassadors would be the ones that track more of the internal movement going from school to school. And their goal is, hey, listen, if you're not happy in your current school, then we're going to try to keep you in the district.
Right.
But they do a really good job of finding out why there was unhappiness in the previous school. And they really do try to triage the issue to try to get them to stay. So maybe as part of the absenteeism study session, we can probably hear from our enrollment ambassadors on May 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Grabowski just told me that there's also a QR code that families receive when they're leaving the school for them to give their feedback. Unfortunately, the majority of the families do not fill that out.
No, I think that we need to find other ways than just a QR code to have that exit survey provided to our families. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Romero.
I'm encouraged by this partnership, and I want to move the motion to
I'll
accept
second.
this.
Mr. Romero moved the item. Dr. Shaw second motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Next is future meeting dates and agenda items.
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, we're back on April 29th. Going to be another busy night for us, highlighted with the return of GATE. We're going to have some follow-up study session on gifted and talented. We're also hoping to have a first read of our policy on walk zones for buses. As mentioned earlier in the evening, we want to bring that down to a mile to try to increase ridership. And then we are going to continue with our desegregation study sessions. I think it's the final 3 departments will go on that evening.
Governing board members, anything to add? If not, the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.